Tenga como mi praga trepa. Hey! Hello, 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 hello.
Choplo ya limie, ye pa ku kwebo. Choplo ya limie, ye pa ku kwebo. Tabla kapae, kapa ku taito. Tabla kapae.
Moment, tenga como mi ni praga trepa. Hey! Hello, 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 hello.
That in the business you catching fever. You getting serious like empty river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving up away. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, stick. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you come on, man, yeah. We coming. Well, it's gonna be coming.
Hello, guys. How are you? How are you today? Hello. Okay. This is Munel Kishen. Today I'm in my. Is this a purple suit? This is one of the suits that Cummings usually wear. You know, this is one of his stuff that he love. And you see, I got my presidential pin. I got the flag of Liberia and the seal of Liberia. Yeah, it was given to me today by someone special. You know, I went to a funeral today in Virginia. J. Wado Bidel funeral today. It was nice. You know, funeral is never nice, but when I say nice, the person lived their life, and you know, so you will hear people giving some good stuff, saying some good things, and those from and what they call oh man, Spartan on Broad Street, they were there. Bidel Harris people, they were all there. Yes, they show up. It's one of the best group. The Spartans, they are together, you know, especially those students from the 80s. They were all around there eating bitter cola. Okay, today's an open mic. Open mic, open mic, open mic. Week in review. Everything is on the table. From the book to the lawsuit to JNB to everybody. Whatever come up is what we're going to talk. And maybe you can give your thoughts. You can contribute. If you want to call, I will put a number up. You can call. But the very good thing today I was able to speak. I spoke with the subject today. I was lucky. And this is my second time in a week. And on Tuesday, when the book, Tuesday, the whole Ava stuff, I was able to talk to Mr. Cummings for I think 10 minutes. And then today, I was able again to talk to him. So, hey, I'm lucky. I'm lucky to do that. Share this video, like it. Guys, There are a lot of things going on in Liberia today. I know people are feeling discouraged, but let me tell you, don't feel discouraged. If you understand Liberian politics, the news they gave is always never right. That is why people don't trust us, because there are a lot of lied news. Some people say Cummings' political career is over. They will, the judge will do this, the judge will do that. Never think negative of whatever you're going in. People could say, people could come back and say, you can't go through that river because there's crocodile in that river. It's up to you to know when the crocodile usually come out, when they go and look for food, when they relax, when to go to that river. People are saying that, and don't get me wrong, I will be honest with you. No case is a small case. This case do not have a jury. The judge is the only man that are going to make a decision. And that judge could get up on the wrong side today or tomorrow and make a decision that you will not like. He could come out today and give a good decision. It's a give and take. But you, as a supporter and as a Liberian, don't look at, none of us trust the court. No Liberians, the only people that trust the court, I'll be honest with you, they are seditious. Now today, people from UP trust the court. Bitter cola, the only thing they say, don't eat bitter cola and be talking. When that damn thing strangle you, in trouble. The way none of you here to give me CPR, mouth to mouth resuscitation, it'll be trouble. Okay. Now, we all know, and I know deep down within yourself, you know that the whole case is a political game. When you look around you today, that's how most of the politicians, the presidents play to get rid of the opponent. They go through the legal system. The legal system is controlled by the government. Most presidents, when they take over, they try to put their own people in all the courts. What CDC did, they removed Cabinet Janet, they brought Nangwe in because they already got a Chief Justice. You know, look, one thing, the Chief Justice supposed to be retiring. He should his age, but don't you know that they removed the age of the website? The age is not there. He's above 70 years old. Kokpo, more than 70. But Kokpo age is there. George, where I stick with. You know, these are when we say corruption. This is what we're talking about. Kokpo is supposed to be out since 2019, 2020, the beginning of 2019. When you go onto the Temple of Justice, they put all the justices, their ages. No one have the age there anymore. It's up. They took it out. But you see, the Senate, all the guys, nobody calling out. Nobody saying nothing. So, Kokwa keeping a job. He going to work with the government because he still enjoying that benefit as Chief Justice. No, sorry. He's supposed to be out. Now, most of the presidents around the world, even in Senegal, Macky Sall did it. He jailed two of his rival, strong guys, business people. They went through the legal system. And the judge stepped on there, and that was it. And he ran against the weakest and politician so far, and he won. Now, this case, they're supposed to prosecute Mr. Cummings, according to them. Guys, I'm not a lawyer, but I am an investigator. I got a little bit of security and training. Maybe you guys don't know. Two ways you obtain evidence. One, there are some cases, some criminal cases, I could go and sue you for stealing, but I have evidence that you actually stole from me, and I take you to court and I turn the evidence over to the government to go after you on my behalf. Or I take you to the police station, the police or whosoever I take to any other authority apart from the court, they will do the investigation. They will do the internal investigation and come up with evidence. Once the government have a good evidence, they say, okay, we can prosecute this guy. Then they go and charge you. Sometimes you notice they will go and arrest you. They will arrest you, boom. Then they charge you, say, yes, we can prosecute this case. But there is no way, if you don't have evidence, why are you arresting the man on the say? So that is where we gather the conclusion that it's a political witch hunt. But today, it's in the shoe of Mr. Cummings. Some people are happy. Some are very happy. Oh, they joined it. Yes, they get him. Oh, Mr. Cummings' career is over. You're making a mistake. Mr. Cummings' career, yes, they could punish him. They could come down and say, oh, yes, he's wrong. And what are you going to say? That just one man, the judge, bam. Or the judge will take it and take it to when he do it, they will go take an appeal, take an appeal, take an appeal. But let me say this to you, supporters of Mr. Cummings, sympathizers of Mr. Cummings, member of ANC, Liberians, for once you must stand up. You must stand up. Why? Why the man telling us to stand up? Are we sitting down? No, you're not sitting down. The government is controlled by Liberians, human beings. I'm big. I tell you, I've told you that the wrong thing I did. Bitter cola, you don't eat it. Be talking with that little particle and go in your throat, forget it. Now, they will test the citizen. They might try a popular man or an unpopular man. When they arrest you to prosecute you for something that you have not done or something that you're innocent about, if they know that you got no backing, they know you have no support, they send you to jail. They do whatsoever they can do to you. Nobody. Don't you know there are people in jail today who don't have no backing? No one can talk for them just for stealing cell phone. They be in jail for 1 year. You know, some people be in jail for 6 months just for insulting some big guy, and they put them in jail because nobody there to talk for them. There are a lot of people at Central Prison, Saw Beach. They are there today with no trial. Instead of taking them to police, they took them straight to Saw Beach. They pay and they got them there. Now, but if they know that you got backing, they arrest John Brown and you see them in the street. No, John Brown, we need free John Brown. John Brown need justice. John Brown need justice. And they see people, the outrage. The government say, wait. The case here, this thing, we got to be very careful. We got to be very careful. I am saying it's not a protest. Nobody should get in the street and go to the executive manager and say, George, we are calm down. No, that's not what I'm talking for. George, we are calm down. No, that's what I'm talking about justice. It is time that we stand up in every county. We must stand up in every county and listen. Freedom of speech is not how you feel. You can criticize me. It is my right to speak. It is my right to speak. You will say, oh, y'all want to destabilize the country. Nobody want to destabilize the country. But when you are infringing on the rights of innocent Liberian, when Ellen Johnson was president, CDC protests almost over 200 times. Every day they were in the street. Akara Grace said, I will make Liberia a better place for Ellen Johnson. And they demonstrated every day. They took casket. They did everything that kept Ellen Johnson in a position that she said, no, I got to be careful with CDC. But today, The liberators are always the oppressor. Let me make you to understand. People who defend, who came in a way. And all it always happened with people who say, I got nothing, but I'm fighting for this freedom. When they get there, when they start enjoying power, they forget about the people. And then they come back and suppress the people, the same laws that they were fighting. The same laws. You know what I'm saying? You say, but Muni, you're doing the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. We expect Liberia to be a country of law and order, justice for all. That is what we know George we have to be. That is what we know George we have to be. When President Weah was running for senator, he said it on his show that everybody need to get it right. When he came to power, he signed the Abdullah Kabara Act. They say, oh, everybody free to speak. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, there is no special way. There is nothing tell you how to speak. When you go wrong, if you speak the wrong thing, the public will go against you. But it is your right to speak. It is your right. There is go and define freedom of speech. They will not tell you how to speak. The only thing, do not infringe on the rights of someone, or you should be careful not to just go on an ordinary citizen and tarnishing a reputation. So sometimes public officials, they always the citizen criticize them, prosecute them in public court of opinion. That is what we do sometimes. Now, we look at this case. What Serena Sifa saw that he got up early morning. Yes, I can charge Mr. Cummings for criminal conspiracy and forgery and this and that. What he saw. What the evidence. He did it based on they say. On they say. Look, they control the narrative. They're in control. They slow Mr. Cummings down. Oh, you listen to Spoon. In fact, someone called me yesterday. Oh, Mr. Cummings is done. This case will go against Mr. Cummings. This case said they will prosecute Mr. Cummings and he will not contest. He will not do this. But I'm saying it. Not every stick in the bush that you rub your that raccoon can rub a butt on. It's not a threat. I don't know what's going to happen. But don't look at a crazy man walking in the street and say he don't have a family. Let car hit him. Let somebody pick that guy up. You know what I'm saying? Liberia is fragile, my people. Fragile. Liberia is certain place that when you look at what situation, there are certain people, everybody, they are all Liberians, they have the same equal rights. But I will tell you, people are treated different under the law, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not. Mr. Cummings don't have a document that people looking for. He don't have it. We all know Mr. Cummings don't have it. How will you request? Now, this is my thing I've been thinking about. The original document started with Mr. Ure. Liberian people, how long it take us to be smart, to understand? The original document that everybody started with, it was signed from Ure and to Cummings. You cannot tell me that all the document, all the copies were given to Mr. Cummings and nothing left for Mr. Ure. The original documents were signed under Ure. So Ure got in his possession the first copy that we started with. Ure has in his possession the first document that the CPP started with. The one that they signed on May 19, that every Liberian disagree because jobs will be given to, local jobs will be given to only member of CPP and other stuff, and people went against it. They decided to bring a lawyer, my people, for God's sake. This thing here, some people will say, my man, we tell you about the team. That Mr. Cummings bring the original document. Fine. That's your belief. That's your thought. But understand that you doing it because you hate Mr. Cummings or you're not in support of Mr. Cummings. So it's fine. You can say Mr. Cummings is criminal. So be it. You can say whatever you want to say. But there are people here who will listen. There are other people who will get this message and know. The original document, I will tell you, in my possession, I got document for the Liberian Community Association when I was president for the first time. Letters and other things that I wrote. The constitution, our first constitution, and then we did amendment. And we're going to do another amendment. I still got all copies, but we're not using it, but I still got it on file. If they ask for it, I can bring it out. We're not using it. It's not valid anymore. It's illegal. Anything that you amend, my educated people, y'all know book more than us. Let me bring it down the simple way. You people are educated more than me. I'm just nobody. Way in the back, like Costa would say, Pupu Plantoon. I got what 39% watching me. I'm not nobody. But one thing I'm happy for, I got it. I'm not saying I'm taking yours from you, taking yours. I take out my own. The original document when CPP was started, when CPP started, it started with Mr. Ure. The document was signed under Ure before Mr. Cummings took over. Maybe you don't know that. It started, listen to me, it started with Ure before Cummings took over. When Cummings took over, he got this document. Everybody started complaining. Right after they signed, everybody started complaining. Right after it was signed, everybody started complaining. So they all agree. And you all know, Ure admitted, he said it. Ure have given 3-4 different statements. Ure admitted, we all agree and we brought the lawyers. The lawyers did an amendment on the document. If you amend a document, the old document is done. That document will not see daylight. It's kabush, out. How do we do amendment? It's on the computer. Okay, what page to change? Okay, we'll change this. Ure admitted that the lawyers came to them and gathered them. They look at the lawyers explain what they're going to do. The lawyers did it. They accepted it. The 4 leaders accepted it. They took the document and gave it to the committee, said, y'all go and pile it together. They went back. They compiled the documents. They all sat there. All they got it from the Sambola, from ALP, the chairman, every one of them on that committee, almost 16. They did it because the document was signed on Zoom. They all did it. They signed it. Who did the signature? Mo Ali. You listen to Zago. Zago was on one-on-one with CEO for Spoon. Zago admitted, yes, I think I signed the first or the second. Yes, Mo Ali took a single sheet. Mo Ali took a single sheet around. Zango and his political leader was together. They were together. They were together when Mo Ali came. According to him, I'm quoting him. Go back and watch the tape. I'm saying it, then I will play the tape, but not today. Then he called himself. He said, when are you trying to investigate me? You're trying to interrogate me. You know the case is in court. I can't talk too much. He said Mo Ali went around, and that's what we've been talking long time. Mo Ali went around, and every one of them signed on the sheet. Brought the signing sheet and gave it to Toe. All the committee's members, their name in our program, they cover it. The sheet will still carry May 19 because you do not change the date, my people. The American Constitution amended 33 times, 27 ratification. Since when? 18 something or 1917 something. What year? Somebody can tell me. The signature stayed there. They didn't change the signature. It still carried the same date. But they just make note that it was changed. They took it to neck. They gave it to neck. They notarized one copy. Why? Listen, let's be smart. Let's be smart. This place is not for people who dog. Why would you want to notarize 5 copies? You don't need to notarize 5 copies. You notarize one copy. For transparency, you notarize one copy. The copy you notarize is the one you take to neck to say it's genuine. And every one of them got copies on WhatsApp because that's where they were doing all the communication. That is where they were communicating. They went to NEC accepted it, NEC certificated them. They went to Liberty Party, UP office, they celebrated the certification. They went and registered all the candidates on a CPP. No problem. Everybody went, they got a copy, they read it, no problem. Everything fine, everything going cool. They enjoyed it. Ure made a big speech. Mr. Cummings is a special guy. Mr. Cummings' leadership style. Oh, we love it, this and that. They switched over to Yombly. Mr. Cummings, Mr. Ure said, oh, I met Mr. Cummings. I told Cummings, why can't you just go with Mr. Boaka? They negotiating. Ask yourself the question. Who's supposed to talk to Mr. Cummings to go as VP? Mr. Boaka or Mr. Ure? Or Yombly? The two people who are interested, who declare the intention that the only two people can sit together and make that decision. Not Mr. Ure, not me, not the supporters. No. Did Mr. Boaka ever met Mr. Cummings and say, let's talk? No. It never happened. It never. The 4 leaders, they ever came together one day and Mr. Boaka, Ure, and Yombly look at Mr. Cummings and say, Mr. Cummings, this thing is not working. Let us dissolve it. No. Not a day. They went to all the meetings. You listen to Mr. Boaka, he said the CPP is the best way. They never look at each other's face and look in Mr. Cummings and say, it's not working, let's go. Mr. Cummings is not stupid. If 3 of them said to him and say, Cummings, this whole thing not working, let us cancel it. Mr. Cummings got no choice. It's just like when your wife want to divorce you and you try talking and the woman say, I won't divorce you. You got no choice but to give her divorce. They never. If the campaign manager for Boaka say they see the AN and Mr. Cummings will leave, you expect, and Mr. Boaka will leave, you expect Mr. Cummings to accept it? If I say Mr. Cummings should leave, you expect Mr. Cummings or Mr. Boaka should accept it? No. They all must come together. Mr. Cummings alone cannot dissolve it. Mr. Cummings, they want for Cummings to get pissed off and say, you know what, that thing is nonsense, that bullshit. Let's go and cancel the thing here. Then tomorrow, Mr. Cummings will be the one answering the question. They will go around and say, and we told you that Mr. Cummings is the one that broke it up. If they can lie and say this man changed document, they can do worse than that. If they can come out and lie broad day and say Mr. Cummings changed document, Mr. Cummings did this. Mr. Cummings is not the author, he's not nothing in the document. Ure is not even nothing in the document. They are just political leader to be the last to say yes. You know what I'm saying? Nobody did anything wrong. They compile it, and in that document, go to NEC. Okay. They brought all the lies out. All this document business started with Liberty Party, my people. Let me put your thinking cap back on. Let me put back your thinking cap. When Delon and Yombly came from the States, the negotiation was done through Liberty Party in America and Unity Party in America. My man, Yombly Ure will support Mr. Boaka. 310. That's 620. Une Liberty Party, the strategic party right now. If you guys can give us your support, we'll defeat Mr. Cummings. We don't need all, because if Yombly alone vote at that convention, Mr. Boaka will carry 621. So the other 619 can go to Mr. Cummings, Mr. Boaka finish winning. So Yombly, That's the opportunity. This is the time for Liberty Party to take over. God forbid anything happen to Mr. Bwaka. Yombly is the next president. Boom. It went in your head. Oh, damn. She went back home. Call her executive committee members. They had a meetings. Listen, guys, we need to support Mr. Bwaka. And Mr. Bwaka going to carry me as his VP. No, madam, political leader. You can't just assume that they will carry you as a VP. The laws, the rules stated and saying that the standard bearer must choose his running mate from any of the three political parties. It don't have to be the political leader. But if Mr. Bwaka, if Yombi wants to do her homework, if Mr. Bwaka want to carry her, Mr. Bwaka says, okay, I will carry a political leader. You get no choice. What Yombi should have done? Okay, you're right. Yeah. Okay. Bam. Anybody Mr. Bwaka want to carry? I call Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Bwaka, the people say anybody, but you know you already promised me to carry me. Okay, good. I done with my homework. They said no. But in fact, it's not in the constitution. Now she missed. The same thing they fought against. They fought Mr. Bromsky, that Bromsky had too much power. He was controlling the party. He made the final decision in the party. But what if we fail to realize that people love Mr. Bronsky in that party? They long criticized Mr. Bronsky for that constitution. They long admitted on Facebook on one of his classes that Belete should have been chairman for the party long time, and Belete told them that I cannot be chairman for this party under this type of constitution. That's not me. I'm quoting Delon and I challenge Delon. We get that video and I will play. You bet let him go and just cancel all this thing. He said that Belete should have been they wanted him to be chairman long time. But Belete told them, said, no, not this constitution. That Mr. Ure, yes, he was almost like a sponsor for Liberty Party in the last election. He bought the pickups and did all kinds of things. But I can't be chairman. Let me just remain as a sponsor and also a helping back then. Finally, they decided, they brought Yom and Borg and this guy in, and they went to the convention and make the changes. They make the changes. Young and Belete took it in. No, in fact, you sent a wrong document. You changed our document. The same people who went against Zago now. Zago came on, he said it was illegal. They forced Zago to resign. We all criticize it. Bam. The next day, people talked on. Delon came back and came with another show. Paul and Belete was Paul, was Saul. Now he Paul. He changed. In fact, FIFA went against Belete because Belete was the first African to reach in the first 5 to run for FIFA president. So FIFA just put a string on him nearly just to get out. He was not prosecuted. They never took him to court. Nobody say you wrong. They just say, oh yes, for using Ebola money. Which are the Ebola money? The government got the right to go after him if they use Ebola money. Now, all that in Belete and Dillon explain, convince the entire world why Mr. Cummings only told them, say, listen, I cannot criticize Liberty Party that they respond, that their choice for chairman. Now, my people, that is where you guys must understand. Politics is negotiation. You got 4 parties, 2 parties contesting. Now, because the 2 parties contesting, I have the right to go to any one of the parties to talk to their people to get a vote. I have the right to negotiate with them. Liberty Party, I need your support. You don't have a candidate. Trust me, we can work together. I can give you X, Y, Z positions for you to vote for me. It's not against the law. It is not against the law. Barack Obama here paid over $30 million Hillary debt that she acquired during the election or campaign because Barack had all the money. He raised enough money. If Mr. Cummings look at Belete, he talked to them. Bilete decided to talk to a friend, a wonderful so-called nonsense tip. Logistics, I will give your logistics, I will give your motorbike. You still need motorbike to campaign. When you decide to campaign for me, my party will provide motorbike. Listen to him. Mr. Cummings gave Bilete $5 million. Mr. Cummings gave Bilete $5 million. You believe it? I'm not saying Bilete, I don't know Bilete worth, but we all know Bilete got money. We all know that. We all know that Bilete got money. And if you think Mr. Cummings will bribe anybody, you're on the wrong side of history. Because you people don't know, you people believe in a so-called, you people believe in a failed, corrupt system. So you think everybody in Liberia, every Liberians are crook. Because we have been seeing the failed, the corrupt system. So we believe that every politicians are crook, every Liberians are crook. Even in our personal life, we still don't trust our brothers and sisters. Your friend got money today, you still want him to get tempo. That's it. So we think that Mr. Cummings, no, he's a lie, he's not honest. Mr. Cummings got a right to negotiate. The same way Mr. Ure, who proved his own leadership to support Mr. Boaka so early, that I will tell you from a leadership standpoint, he was wrong. Leaders, he shouldn't have come up so quick. That means you killed the process. Because you came out, I'm going to support Boaka. Then why do you want me to go to the VPS, the consensus building? When Yombly already say I will support Boaka, you say I will support Boaka. So what I'm going to do there? And the same VPS, consensus building, they say when 3 say yes, 1 say no, it still don't work. Therefore, must say yes. That part was not put there by the lawyers. It was put there by the people who did it. Consensus. We all must agree. That is what they put in there. The lawyers were the one who say, if you get out, you cannot contest. And all of them look resemble. And all of them look the same. We put in there, this document is based on consensus. If you want us to break it out, because I had to think about it. If you want us to break it out, we must all agree to break it out. But what they never put in there was, okay, I'm not part of it again, I'm leaving. But there was nothing there to say your party can contest. So the lawyer told them, say that, let everybody be responsible. That if that's the punishment now, that's the punishment. That if you decide to leave, know that you will not contest 2023. No problem. Like you go for a loan to the bank in Liberia. The loan officer said, I can get you the $20,000 aboard. I got to get small thing. I will give you 18, but I will put down 20. Because you look at the money plenty, you say, no problem. But you fail to realize that you're the one going to pay 20,000. Then when they give the money now, you can't pay because you short. Because of that, you agree. They all agree. Because at the time, they believe in themselves that Mr. Cummings will leave. They had a belief that Mr. Cummings stands no ground. If you listen to Ure when he was talking to Ty Womwe, where if they want to have a new primary, Ty Womwe wasting your time because my delegates going to eat it. Mr. Liberty Party delegates going to eat it because she's from Liberty Party. UP will go to eat it. So he can't stay win. And what they did, the 3 parties came out and stood with it. Mr. Cummings had no choice but to go along with them. Without even allowing Mr. Cummings to be part of it, they put a notice up quick. It was not on a money right there, but Mr. Cummings accepted it. Ty Wombe today, he resigned for ANC. He went on his own. Mr. Cummings talked to him, but Mr. Cummings not going to. What he said, Darius Dillon, he never castigate or and condemn and Ty Wombe. Everybody look at Ty Wombe, Mr. Cummings, the big bad man now. Yeah, Mr. Cummings sat on there, they put another candidate. Oh, Heron, Heron, Heron in District 9. Saresa resigned and ran. Gibson resigned and was on the ticket. In Nima County, there's another guy who ran in that same thing, who was a member of UP and resigned. But didn't see it. They're looking at the big fish now. We must break this guy. We should bring the guy down. Because they noticed that Mr. Cummings was relevant and going around the county and have done most of his work, because we all know who are the delegates. It's not a hidden thing. We knew it. That is why, let me straighten my camera. So Mr. Cummings was doing his homework, going from county to county, talking to CPP, Une Liberty Party, ANC, UP. Ure never went in the counties. Boaka never went to the counties. Only Mr. Cummings doing his homework. So it's like you got your son. You can't even visit your son. You can't send your son to school. You can't give your son to eat, to feed him. You can't give him money. Somebody else feeding your son. What you expect? Mr. Cummings, play it, because guess what? And to be frank with you, maybe Mr. Cummings will go to the convention and do not even get 100% of the vote. Maybe he might get like 85 of ANC vote. Maybe he could get 100%, or maybe he could get 95%. But I don't think Mr. Cummings could take everything. The CPP documents say that when we go to the convention, the delegates are not assigned to a particular party anymore. That means I has the right. Please like this video, man. Please. Just like it, love it, whatsoever. Only 10%. And just let everybody lobby. So because they don't want to go to the convention, and with no friends in UP, say, my man. In fact, I was just talking to one today. He said, my man, let me tell you the real truth. Mr. Boaka go to the convention with Cummings. Mr. Boaka will win. And Mr. Cummings will win. I said, why? He said, Mr. Cummings did the homework already. But Mr. Boaka got the numbers. I said, no. If you can't control your house, if you cannot get the support of your house, you can't do nothing. If you want to run for any public office and you do not have the support of your family, you will lose. You will lose. Whether you go up, nobody's stupid here. If you don't have the support of UP, if Mr. Cummings do not have the support of ANC and think he want to run, or he don't have the support of his wife, his children, he'll be loser. You know what I'm saying? The first thing, he got the blessing from his family, and then his friends, and then back to the party, and he got to get the blessing of the party. That's how it works. We all were in a collaboration. Now, suppose say, if Mr. Cummings knew that he could do it, why he no? What about the UP that joined the coalition? If UP knows that they got the numbers, they're supposed to, they could win, or they can win, then why they agree to? But let me tell you, I believe, thank God for Mr. Bromsky. Mr. Bromsky was the one who brought what he said, Mr. Cummings, who convinced Mr. Cummings to be part of the coalition. I am giving you a first-hand information. Notice, my man, you the only man that we can look at. But it looked like Mr. Bromsky knew already that he would die. Nobody knew. The first people in the CPP was three. It was Liberty Party, UP, ANC. They signed the first MOU before Ure came in. Before Ure came in. Who brought Ure in? Mr. Boaka. You understand? Because guess what? Boaka felt and Bromsky. If Bromsky was alive today, Boaka would never open his mouth. Bwaka would never open his mouth. Now, whether you like it or not, UP was dead. This is my regret. But we are already in the water. They say when you're in the water, you don't worry about getting wet. You already wet. Just continue swimming till you can cross. But Mr. Cummings believed that the system, the thing they were doing was sincere and everybody was honest. So he proved to them that yes, I will be part of it. But to them, they had no trust in Mr. Cummings that this dude here, he want to be president. If he don't win the primary, he will leave. So let's tighten it up. Ure said, and I quote, if any one of us leave, hold us responsible. This is a living document. You forgot? You forgot all this statement that they were making? We criticize Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, leave. You can't make it. I posted, I said, I don't want to be part of the CPP. Mr. Cummings said, we already there. All these people that are talking, they got one vote. The delegates are the one. The VPS they're talking about, the VPS don't hold. But what they never understood, Mr. Cummings, the only thing that could convince him that he will not win was the VPS. Let me tell you today, I'm giving you a first hand. Because Mr. Cummings believed that if they do the VPS, if they're going to go through the VPS, they bring in professionals. They pay the money, they mix them up with Liberians, they train them, they go out there. And Mr. Cummings noticed that the VPS is not in his favor. He will not waste his time. Upon this tea. So everything Mr. Cummings was talking about was the VPS. He said, guys, we must do everything to win the VPS. We must continue to talk to Liberian people to win the VPS. Mr. Ure refused the VPS. While that CPP document started, they were on it. Later on, Mr. Ability was the one who recommended, said, okay, the VPS, let us put it in there and just use it as a record for the primary that the delegates can use and make a decision. That was a perfect, fair game. If Mr. Bwaka win the VPS, the delegates, that VPS, look, tell God thank you. God never make human beings stupid. Unless you want to be stupid. Thank God. The VPS, it make perfect sense that you guys don't understand. The VPS now is not holding, but it's supposed to be used by the delegates. The delegates will look at the VPS. While you lobbying at the place, the delegates will look at the VPS and say, you know what? Mr. Bwaka won the VPS. I think I will vote for Bwaka. He's the stronger candidate. Or Mr. Cummings win the VPS. But the VPS now, not holding. But I will tell you, and I'm quoting my stand-up bearer, when we had a meeting, he said, guys, let us continue. Don't listen to what Mr. Ure is saying. He just one man, one vote. But let us continue to send the message out there. If we can win the VPS, then we know how we're standing. So the VPS is the one Mr. Cummings was looking at, because Mr. Cummings always say, if the Liberian people want me, if they say they don't want me, I will live with it. I will live with it and go back and do what I'm supposed to do. We all will live with it. But the VPS was very strategic, but people never understood that. It's not my business that I should tell Mr. Cummings not to run. It's not Mr. Cummings' business to look at Mr. Bwaka and say, don't run because you owe. No. So we go by the document, but you know our problem? Our biggest problem, our officials, whatever we write and we sign, we never honor it. The VPS was very important. That VPS was going to determine whether you can make it or not. And Mr. Cummings was going to have nothing to do. But why you see Mr. Cummings was going around the county, the countries, the counties and do nothing? It was for the VPS for people to say, yes, Mr. Cummings got a plan. So who good in economy? That's how the people check. Paul, Liberian people, you in America, please stop fooling our people. Poll is not when you call. No. You ate your school fees. Yo, who got, if I do a poll now between Boaka and Mr. Cummings on my show, Mr. Cummings will win. Because most of the people here following me, they are ANC people. And some independent. Polls are done in a way they call random numbers. They don't know me whether I'm a Democratic or Republican. If you ever receive a message or call, hello, how are you? Is this Kishen here? And do you have 10 minutes or 5 minutes of your time that we can go through? Or I'm calling from the National Democratic, not the party. Are you a member of the Republican Party or this? Or something will not ask you, say, who are you going to vote for this year? Democrat or Republican? Bam. Who do you think is the best candidate in when it comes to the healthcare or it comes to economy? They ask this question. So what they do? They take random numbers, sometimes 1,000 numbers. That's why they pay them. They pay them all the station. Don't tell me, let's spoon. Hello, my name is Peter Paul. I'm voting for JB. Bam. I call again. Hello, I'm calling from the great city of District 14. My name is Jack Babulo. I'm voting for JB. That is same person. Bam. They take it here. Hello. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, my name is James Smith. I'm calling from District 6. I'm voting for JB. What me? My name is Smith. I'm calling from District 14. I'm voting for Mr. Cummings. The same person calling and voting for Mr. Cummings 2 times. The same person calling and voting for Mr. Boaka 2 times. Then Spoon say, oh, all the polls have been coming up. Mr. Boaka winning all the polls. Listen, say that to somebody who never went to Liberia. We all know how it works. We all know how it works. It's all charade, it's all show to convince you in America because you the one got more time. You see, on my team, I will pay one telephone bill. Over there, they don't have the time. Then what we do? We buy the scratch card and give it to our people and give them the telephone number. Say, guys, call. Continue calling, bombard that station. They know the game. They know the game. Let me tell you today, when you put UP and ANC, the numbers from 2017, ANC 112,000 votes are committed voters unless somebody die. Why would you say so? Because you know why? That new party. UP 430 something, 40 something votes. They are not committed members. Some are committed, not all. People were part of the ruling party, but they're not even real members. New party who have not tasted power always got committed members compared to people who every ruling party got more numbers because of jobs. So after that 2017 election, some people say, you know what, let me just find my way. I got a lot of sedition, people who voted for CDC, and they playing a major role in ANC. We got people in ANC who voted for Mr. Boaka and playing a major role in ANC. ANC is not the biggest party, but it's the fastest growing political party in Liberia with a standard or plan or well organized compared to any party. compared to any party. The only party with a database. What your name? James Tier. James Tier. Your boy, your month, your year, bam bam. Whoop, your name will come up. Oh, you don't know that. They show it to you when Sambola or good news. All the people that left ALP, they gone to Unity, they gone to ANC. But let me tell you, if you think Mr. Cummings is the only man in ANC, if they can take Mr. Cummings out, we get a replacement for Mr. Cummings. I want to make it clear. You will not break ANC down. You will not break ANC down. I will be honest with you. As much as Mr. Cummings get a vision, he has a vision and we will support the vision. If you put Mr. Cummings down, we will raise another Cummings. We will raise another Cummings. The only thing, it will not even happen. So if you think ANC will go out, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. If you think Mr. Cummings is desperate, that if he's not president, that at the end of his life, you're wasting your time. But Mr. Cummings is desperate because he want a good education, a good health care, a better country. He got a blueprint that it will be presented to the legislators, that it will pass it into law, that for us to have a system that the next president will learn from. Like, bro, don't have a system. Ellen Johnson smart, no system, so Joshua carry on. Joshua government don't have a system. They get up every day and bring us and decide how the country going to run. So if you think that if Mr. Cummings is not president, it will fail us. Yes, it will hurt us. But I'm telling you today, mark my word. In times of peace, prepare for war. In times of war, prepare for peace. So my living God, there will be somebody who will rise up. ANC will be on that ballot. ANC will be on that ballot. ANC will be on that ballot. Go around and play the game you want to play. Take it to the Supreme Court. Charge Mr. Cummings. Do what you want to do. But I'm telling you, you digging hole for yourself. You digging your own hole. Yure and whosoever, you digging your own hole. To look at an innocent man because a Liberian who say, I want to run for president, the biggest crime in his life. A decent human being who never worked and stole anything from that country. We mad at him because he can't go as VP. Who told you that if you started politics before me, that your time? Then Barack was not going to be president of America because Hillary was already grounded before Barack. Joe Biden was already grounded 29 years in the Senate before Barack. That's not what they look for. Open your eyes, Liberian, for God's sake. If anybody calls me here, you're cursing yourself. Let us be honest. How long it take us to know the truth? When people lying, every day you watch Spoon, every day you watch Henry Costa, every day you watch other show, you listen to interviews, they're giving different scenarios, different info. Today, Mr. Ure said yes. Tomorrow he said no. Or somebody told me from neck. Oh no, I was watching TV. Or we even get no document to start. Yombly, do you have document? But Yombly don't have a document. How can Yombly get to know that she's supposed to do the consensus building? Since she ain't got no document to work with. Yombly. So Mr. Ure got a copy of the original. Bring it. Show it to the public. Which one will change? Go to NEC and get a copy. Yombly got a copy. Yombly has a copy. Bring the two copies. Bring your copy and bring the NEC copy and expose Mr. Cummings to the public. Liberians, why your eyes? Oh, because it's Mr. Cummings. And we all know that UP the one that playing the dirty games. Mr. Boaka, Mr. Ure using them. Use Mr. Boaka today that he turned against Brandon Samuka. Using Mr. Boaka today, he turned against the man whose hands he put in the air the other day. Listen, Mr. Boaka is the chairman of CPP. Mr. Boaka, he came to the States. He said, when I go back, CPP will hold. When I go back, we will talk about it. He refused to speak. You sitting there that are two candidates going to court. You don't need to support Mr. Boaka, Mr. Cummings. What is your talk? Oh, I'm having a press conference next week. Don't be surprised. It will not even be a press conference. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. But the surrogates are out there speaking. Yes, you expect Mr. Boaka to say something when Mr. Cummings refused to attend meetings? You kidding me? Guess what? When Mr. Cummings was chairman of CPP were operating hard money because the dues that that this ANC paid, that the due they were using. When Mr. Cummings left, small money was there. They turned it over to Yombly, that the money they were using. Then before Liberty came, Mr. Berete paid their own due. UP paid no dues. Unity Party paid no dues. But according to the consensus building, the framework, the framework, the first one in the framework, the first one now, that if you don't pay your dues, they will expel you from the coalition. Oh, you don't know that? The first one, that one of the amendment, say you people want us smart. One of the amendment in the old one, that if you don't pay your dues, they will expel you. The lawyers told them it was too harsh. They can suspend you. But how they will suspend you? The other three, they should agree and abide by it. Say, my man, you don't pay your dues. So you have to stay back until you pay your dues. But Yombly was the chairlady. She's the chairlady. She will have to bring it on the floor. She was UP and she was Liberty Party. ANC cannot bring it on because UP got to agree. UP not paying, the other person not paying. But the chairman refused to bring it out. The chairman refused to bring it out. So ANC will not fight it. But in the first one, they said they should expel. In the second one, the lawyer said it was too harsh. They should bring it. In the first one, they said you should do a health check. It was not open. They said you should do a health check on certain things. They name all the different things. What they refused to put there, that because the people they're so wicked to themselves. Pacemaker was not part of it. So they said, why you're wasting your time? Instead of naming what to check, you should do your physical. Who determine physical? Doctors. If you go and do your physical, if the doctors say that John Brown is healthy, do you think Mr. Cummings has the right to argue with the doctor and say no? What got our people? You see how they think that you're stupid. They think I'm stupid. They think Liberians are stupid. It's not that they're stupid, they're smart. The politicians, they always write things to favor themselves. If Mr. Boaka go and do his health check, and the doctor gave Mr. Boaka paper and say, oh, you healthy, your pacemaker, you can go for 20 years. Mr. Cummings will say no. Mr. Euro will say no. If Mr. Cummings come and say, the doctor say, okay, let my paper here, you will say no. You can't say no. The same way your job can say you to go do your test. When they bring it, your job can tell you no. No. Once the doctor give it, that's it. That the lawyer put out one there too. That the lawyer, the ones that say, for that thing to be strong, you need to hold each other responsible. That if you leave, you can't break it down. You can't contest. The first one say, For us to break it down, we all must agree it was the first one, that the one that stayed there. But the lawyer said, if anybody won't leave, punish them. And to punish them, they shouldn't contest until after 2023. It's in the paperwork. What the lawyers wrote, and they won't lie to you now, the letter that the lawyer wrote, the letters that the lawyer sent to NEC for clarification. It is possible, I'm not going to quote direct, but that letter, if I can put it in my own words, Madam Chair Lady, it is possible that if John Brown is registered with this group, can John Brown's party still register another candidate? They said no. If UP is in this group, the inner group, UP can register another candidate. That is why NPP cannot register a candidate. If anybody on NPP who not happy, they will go as independent. So that one is clear. It's clear. So, my people. So what pissing them off? My people, now after they fail to do the black voting, they fail to listen to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, let's go to NEC and bring the document so we can fix it again. Like one label. You know, if Mr. Cummings go with them to NEC to bring the document is invalid. Everything in there is invalid. I can say, you know what, I'm not part of the whole CPP again. Because what they pick up now was, but you know what? Even if we go separate, Unity Party will come second. Unity Party is popular, they will come second to George Weah. Then this time now, the Liberian people will vote for Mr. Bwaka. Now, they didn't tell Mr. Cummings, you know what? All the forcing, I don't think their marriage working. Mr. Bwaka telling Mr. Cummings, I don't think it's working. Mr. Cummings say the same thing. They also, you think Mr. Cummings will say, no, it gotta work. No. Mr. Cummings will say, guys, let us hold together. No, Mr. Cummings, I don't need it. Mr. Cummings, I advise you, let us break it. I come to Liberian people. Okay, then I know Mr. Cummings are going to say, okay, what you do for Liberian people to know that you agree to break it, you all talk to Liberian people. Let's go have a press conference. Or you all go to the public and say, listen, we already agree. We told Mr. Cummings that they think it's not working. Let us. But if Mr. Cummings do it behind closed door and they take it from there and cancel it, they say UP, ALP, and Yombly will go around and say, we told you all, Mr. Cummings. They're quick to lie. The way they say ANC can't explain already. That's what they say now. Oh, and we told you, Mr. Cummings left the CPP already, so we got no choice but to break it down. That framework, he messed it up, so he agreed, say, okay, let's go. After he messed it up, he decided for us to bring it. Mr. Cummings wrote Yombly when she said that nonsense. Mr. Cummings replied to Yombly and said, stop it. You know I do not have I don't have any framework document. The so-called original you're talking about. We all know about one document that was notarized that brought you, Yombly, back to power. Mr. Cummings was very intelligent. He decided not to argue with them. Every day, Mr. Bwaka campaign manager is on Facebook cursing Mr. Cummings. He criminal. Now the strategy was for Mr. Cummings to get pissed off and say, you know what, this is nonsense. I will not allow it. Let's go and cancel it. Let everybody, maybe that mean I will be vexed. Maybe that mean I will be pissed off. I say, you know what, I can't go through the nonsense. Bwaka, you're not go to NEC. Let everybody go by the business. Right there for me now, I will call press conference and say, listen, ANC and Liberty Party and all that, they said they want to break it up. And I'm tired of insulting me. But Mr. Cummings calm, quiet. That the leadership that Mr. Ure saw that confused him. He said, after all the things we have done to you, everything we did to you, your style of leadership is exceptional. You did great, Cummings. He admitted. With all the backbiting, the position, the this, the that, everybody with different ideology, you stood the test of time and you came out with flying colors. That Mr. Ure own words. That time everything was fine. Nobody talk about document. Until corrupt Darius Delon and Yombly, who believe that she's supposed to be VP. Oh, Mr. Cummings for the CPP, the Liberty Party. You had party before? If Liberty Party was not going to be in the CPP, they were dead because Yombly can spend money behind Liberty Party. They sort of bless Belete. Darius Delon, who came to power with $3, will not spend his money behind Liberty Party, is approving. He won't pay his dues. He didn't pay his dues. That's why they suspend him. So Belete used the constitution that says if you don't pay your dues, you will be suspended. If you want to stay in a group, make sure you abide by the rules and pay your dues and stand up and argue. Don't protest that nonsense. It's a protest and not paying. Then you will lose. You will lose. Because that's the one they will use against you. You went to NEC 2 times, they turn you down. 2017, you split. You went to Liberty Party, and then you went to the people went to Unity Party. Yombly voted for CDC. They say Yombly voted for CDC, but because of husband died, so that George will kill him. So today now, today again, they still working for CDC. Just because of Mr. Cummings, they are afraid that Mr. Cummings will not allow them to be corrupt. Mr. Cummings can, if Mr. Cummings president, he will challenge the Senate and the representative. They will not make that money. The executive has the power to stop any money and say, listen, we don't have it. Because if Mr. Cummings can do his salary and do it to all his ministers and say, this is what we have. If you refuse, we will tell your counties and they will go against you. And it is your responsibility. We will not bribe you to do your work. We will not give you no extra gas to do your work. We will not give you no money to have a project. Simple. Simple. So you see there? Some people, you're not smart. Please, if we don't say it, so if they look at it for long, we'll take Mr. Cummings to court. But right, go to NEC first. Take Mr. Cummings to NEC. They didn't take Mr. Cummings to NEC. Bring the lawyers who did the amendment. No, we don't want it lawyers. Momo, come here. That is simple. Who criticized Mr. Cummings now? They went and did it fine, then they get a conclusion. Now you sue Mr. Cummings, you don't got proof. No investigation to say this is what we gather. They said they don't have the document Mr. ANC sent back for the second time in 2021 and gave them another copy after they said they lied that they didn't receive it. But how Yombly knows that she was supposed to do the consensus building by this time? How she know the framework? How she get to know what time? You say you get document. Liberian people, don't you know that Ure proved to be a criminal? He's corrupt. I'm free to call Ure criminal. He can sue me. You know what? I saw it on the Treasury report that he's a criminal. He can come to America, the greatest country in the world. Even the one who millionaire, they don't come to America, they die, they cry. They cry. You can't fight them. So don't let nobody fool you that you don't want to come to America. You see? Why are you doing this? Because he's a businessman. He working along with George Weah. President Weah, they want to go through the legal process to stop a formidable candidate that will say, oh, Mr. Cummings, you're going to jail. You're going to jail, Mr. Cummings. You're wrong. They can come up. Just how they illegally remove a chief justice, and when he went to ECOWAS, he won the case in ECOWAS, and nobody honor it today. But if you do it to Mr. Cummings, we will not sit back, we will not allow it to happen. It's not Mr. Cummings' right you will be infringing, or you'll be infringing on the rights of thousands of Liberians. But notwithstanding, ANC will raise another candidate. ANC will raise another candidate in the blink of an eye. ANC will raise another candidate and carry the mantle and carry that same vision of Mr. Cummings. You can jail Mr. Cummings. You want to kill him? Go ahead and see. Go ahead. It's not a threat, but enough is enough. Liberians, it is time that you stand up. It is your right. We can have a peaceful protest and line up on the side wall. You don't need to go to Capitol building. You can go to Capitol building and line on the side wall. Mary Bro went across the street. You can line up on the sidewalk on Capitol bypass and line up and hold your placard. You can do it in Bombing Hills. You can do it in Cape Mount. You can do it in Grand Bassa. You can do it in Bon County, in Maryland. Let them go and test you. You're not fighting. Line up the sidewalk. Stand on the sidewalk. Let everybody have the flow traffic. It is your right to stand up. Let them use the 2005 police. That's my suggestion. We're not going to cost President Weah. No. We're not telling President Weah to move. No. We just want justice. Going against Mr. Cummings illegally, lying, suppressing him, trying to use the law because the law is blind, to use the power. Look, we all know every government that comes to power, they try to bring in their own judges. And the judge work for the government. The judges are broke. The executive control the money. The executive can take money from the government coffers and bribe the judge to make a case, and the judge will make that case just because he won his $50,000, just because he won his $100,000. Because guess what? If they give the judge $200,000, CDC willing to spend over $30 million in this coming election. I heard it from the in-house. CDC is willing to spend your taxpayer money over $30 million for election. So if they will give a judge $200,000, $300,000, or $1 million to make a decision that will take out a formidable candidate, they can do it. So we must stand up until they can make that decision. If we don't, we need to win this case in the public court of opinions. We must say the truth. Today is Mr. Cummings. Do you know why they want to bring Boaka to testify against Mr. Cummings? It's to damage Mr. Boaka too. Because if Mr. Boaka take the stand, he's done. He lost credibility. Then CDC now will be in a comfortable place to look at the other candidate. But I want to lie in. ANC will stand up. ANC will raise somebody up. If Mr. Cummings is the sacrificial lamb for Liberia to succeed, ANC will raise somebody who will take that mantle. I'm giving you a damn facts. Jesus Christ died to save us. Jesus Christ died to save us. Moses took the children from Egypt. He did not enter the promised land. Joshua took him there. If you think you will damage Mr. Cummings, it's the will of God. It will be under the will of God, not the power of no man. And ANC will raise someone. I can tell you today, I'm speaking with a real passion, and that's something that I know about. If Mr. Cummings will lose this case, only God will say yes. And if you push Mr. Cummings, God will punish you. But at the same time, we will raise someone to take the first step of Mr. Cummings. We will raise someone to take the first step of Mr. Cummings. If Mr. Government or whosoever, maybe it might be the end of some of us. Freedom is not free, Liberians. I know some of y'all, the ones them who don't have the real brains. Yeah, you sitting yourself in America, then you won't talk nonsense. Thank you very much. You only jealous because I'm in America. You only jealous because you can't come to America. And some of y'all, you're in America and say, go home now. Because you yourself, you got nothing to carry home. You don't love your country. You don't love your people that are suffering. Nobody hate this government, but with the government must cater to every Liberian. When you hear a Liberian citizen say, the president know me, it mean that the president know your name. But the president investing in healthcare that will benefit you. The government investing in education that will benefit you. The government investing in agriculture that will create jobs. The government investing in infrastructure that will benefit you when you're moving. That's how you say, you see that man know me. I'm telling you, if Mr. Cummings will go to jail, that only God. If you ask me, will Mr. Cummings lose their case? I don't even have 0.1% in me to say maybe. No. The God herself don't lie to me. The God herself don't forsake me. The devil will come and try. But will overpower the devil. Only God. If Mr. Cummings will go to jail, it's God. But God will give us the strength. We will raise another person before that 2023. I'm telling you. Don't be worried. Don't be afraid. But you must speak out. You must stand up. Because today is Cummings. Tomorrow, it will be another new candidate. It might be Tiawan Gonglo. It might be Dr. Kasser. So you'll be bouncing up. It might be somebody different who you think got a chance. Oh, but we did it to Cummings. Nobody did not. Nobody say anything. We can do it again. And we did it to Cabinet Jana. We did it, but nobody can say nothing. So let's just continue. Then people are afraid. They will suppress you to the voting booth. Their strategy to win re-election is not by the ballot. They know that they forsake you. They know that they disappointed you. They can see it. It's written on the wall. You can hear them using the word if. If. They can say we will win. They say if we win. Maggie has said it on Spoon. If we win, because they know there's obstacle. Everything is Cummings. They fail the Mandela challenge that Cummings. If the people don't attend the bicentennial, that Cummings. They demonstrate, that Cummings. They found one old rusted gun, that Cummings. Somebody wrote their book, that Cummings. Everything that Cummings. Moluba Molu came up and accused the president that Cummings paid Moluba Molu. Henry Kosso organized a protest that Cummings. Yeke Koluba caused that Cummings. Everything that Cummings. Why, Liberians? Why? What else that this one memo go through? When President Weah was opposition, not one day he got any treatment from Madam Salif, apart from the people demonstrating and say she didn't know them. When they had a casket going around, what Madam Salif told Masekwe, she said, are you inside? Madam President, we need to take the people on the street. She said, me ask you, you the one in the casket that your casket is carrying? I'm saying it because someone from the CUP, after everything now, the boy work in Madam Sedi office. Yeah, the question she asked Masekwe. She said the casket the people carry, that your casket. They say, oh, the military port vessel. Madam, don't go there. She said, I will see them. She said, your war with me, let's go to the mansion. She gave President we a job. She gave Maggie job. They all have money. But President Weah cannot even talk to opposition. Madam Salif invited President Weah to the UN. Let's go together. But President Weah cannot even call opposition and say, my people, I know, okay, like for example, even though President Weah can call, if President, Mr. Cummings said, if President Weah call me, he's the president. Mr. Cummings, I know you want a job, but this job here for now, I'm the one in charge, but I need you to do something for us. Mr. Cummings, I got a committee here. I want you to head it. I need some recommendation. If Mr. Cummings said no, I will tell the public. I know you put that big two candidate. You think Mr. Cummings should listen to Maggie, who said I want debate Mr. Cummings. Look at nonsense. Maggie and other people said they want debate Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings and Maggie in the same league? No. No matter how much he stole from government or he's stealing, he still will not maintain it the way Mr. Cummings maintaining his own, because Mr. Cummings sweat for his own. You see all the money that Tottenham stole? One of Tottenham's grandson in jail in America, he been there for so long. All of them, I'm talking that I'm saying Tottenham said, and Stephen, when he said Frank Tauber, one of his son, and his son in America, yeah, in jail. Even President Tottenham, all the money they stole, go look at the houses in Maryland. That's trash. That's trash. That money that they steal. When you steal, it don't last. No matter how you turn it around and you put it into business, for it to last, you better take that stealing money and give it back and keep the real clean one. You steal money, you make business, you take that money, you give it back to the people, and don't go steal again. But what people they steal, till they catch up them. By the time they fire them, they go down because the money finish. No business. That's why the new people that say they're doing business, they're building schools, they're building houses. So when they're not there, they will rent the house and make money. Tell me. What Mr. Cummings did. So people who say that the end of Mr. Cummings, no, it's not the end of Mr. Cummings. It's not the end. Two ways. If you convert Mr. Cummings, you won't send him to jail. And guess what's going to happen? To show that they into it, President Weah will come out and say, okay, I pardon Mr. Cummings. If Mr. Cummings lose the election, it will be the same thing. But let me clear this thing. I want you to go do your own checking. If a president pardon you, president do not pardon halfway. If you offend in America, if you commit a felony, or you committed a serious crime, but it's federal, and they sent you to jail, if the president pardon you, you got all your rights back. The president do not pardon you when it comes to a state. No. The president will not pardon you if you commit some crime in the state and whatsoever. No, they don't. But when the president pardon you can still run. So, they say the president can pardon him, but he will not run. Liberian people will know the law. When they pardon you, they can say, okay, I will pardon you, don't go to jail, but you will never be in politics again. No. The only people that can do that, they can pass it into vote on it. You see, Bill Clinton, the legislatures pass a law after after they impeached Bill Clinton in the House, they voted that Bill Clinton would never practice law in America anymore. Unless somebody can go back and turn it around. So that one, Bill Clinton now a lawyer, he don't represent it, but he can't do nothing. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But he free to do whatsoever talk. If you look, Liberian people, that's what we're fighting for. For every Liberian to understand the truth. They're using illegal means. Like Samoka. What they did to Samoka is wrong? No. They used the law to prosecute Samoka. But I sat the other day and something came to my mind. I said Samoka had the opportunity to negotiate and pay the money. But then I asked, I said, Samoka, I talked to somebody who worked with Samoka from the police and then Black Beret. You know, sometimes I said, Mr. Samoka corrupt, he had this and that. He's not a perfect human being. But then I said, Samoka served 12 years. Defense minister. He served as police director, police. He served as deputy director for operation. He served as the commander for Black Beret. He was in the military. He was in the Liberian military or corner. He worked with United Nations as one of the security top dude. The Americans supported him. By the time he won the election, the people start arguing about Prince Johnson. Why Prince Johnson should be the head of security. By the time Samuka won, so Samuka was the guy who was supposed to be chairman on national security. Because America work with him. They know who Samuka is. What I would say he corrupt, what I say this. Because, hey, that Uncle Sam. But Samuka know that I will not pay this money, no negotiate with you when I never actually took the money and ate it. I believe I will go to court because Madam Salif, who was the president, would say something. But out of respect, that's why I said they put from Lofa County. Out of respect, nobody subpoenaed Madam Salif. So he believed that he was going to get a good trial because the government used the money to prepare the troop for Mali. He had an opportunity to give them $50,000 and don't give nothing like Sam Wulu. Sam Wulu Nima on the list. There were plenty of people on that list. Plenty of people on that list. They're working in the government. They have not paid 1 cent. They promised to pay and they never pay. They promised to pay, but they never pay. But Samoka say, no, let's go to court. I know I will win it in court. He lost it. He lost it. That was the legal means. But it's almost like this. Everybody in the house here will come to the door and come in with a shoe. We say, do not enter with shoes. But everybody passing with a shoe. Nobody can say nothing. Everybody coming out to go with the shoes. But now, because I won't get you, I won't go after you. By the time you walk in with the shoes, I say, Munel, why you came here with your shoes? Oh, but you see the people. No. You look at the sound. You don't have to talk about the people. I will write you off. When you take it anywhere, they say you saw the sound. Yes. Why you did it? But I saw Peter Paul. That's not the point. That's not because Peter Paul did it. Okay, let me put it this way. You got to the border. The first day you pass with your drugs, you make your way. The second time again you came, you smuggle, you make a way. You got there today, they catch you, bam. Hey, my man. I mean, I was here yesterday. Yeah, I passed here yesterday. Okay, yesterday you passed, I don't see you. But today I see you. Or you saw your own friend get the drugs, he crossed. The other guy crossed. For you to cross for your first time, they book you. They say, man, why you catch? How about the other men that pass over the men say that you the one that catch? So that what happened to Mr. Samuka? The law is legal. That's the law. You can't say the law was wrong. When the Supreme Court make that decision, that's it. It's not a jury. It's not a jury trial. So today, Mr. Cummings, suppose say, let the president pardon Samuka. No. Samuka is not better than the ordinary Liberians. But let me tell you, my people, depends. We are all not the same, whether you like it or not. We are all not the same. An ordinary Liberian, the difference, the only thing we got in common with certain people that God create us. But certain people will go through a gate that I will not go in. Joseph Boaka, he's an ordinary citizen, will go to a program that I will not enter to. Certain program that I will go to, when you go there, they will stop you. Yeah. Certain things that a former minister that will have a privilege to do, when you get there, the people know him, they will let him go through. They will stop you. It's always the case. It's always the case. That's what they do. So there is nothing wrong with the president pardoning Branning. But why the president will do it? Because guess what? Branning thing is, look, you hear Mr. Boaka say anything, they will say that the law. Because they told Mr. Boaka that Branning Samuka now is the mayor of Lofa County. It's not Mr. Boaka anymore. Branning Samuka now is the mayor of Lofa County, that the people believe in Boaka, in Branning than Boaka. Do not get involved with the Branning thing. Leave Branning alone, let the government deal with him. Because if they don't do it, you will have nothing in that place, Mr. Boaka. That is why you see Mr. Boaka ain't open his mouth to say anything about Branning Samuka from UP or UP candidate or UP. If you can hear me, please give me a thumbs up, please. Or UP candidate. Whether, Mr. President, can you please pardon him? Nobody stood up. The people in Lofa County are respectful, but they're afraid, whatsoever. But nobody stood up. So the government took that advantage. It was wrong? No. They applied the law? Yes. Other people owe the government plenty. Sam Wulu, his name on the list. They went after him? No. He paid? No. They closed their eye because I want Sam Wulu. They're not Sam Wulu I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody else, not Sam Wulu. I'm looking for Branning Samuka. Branning Samuka could have come up and say, okay, I will pay the money, but I ain't eat the money. If Branning Samuka paid, after he paid the other share, they say, no, you and the other post should pay everything together. You can't pay the other post pay. Because we charge you all together. Man, friends, you all divided the money between the three people. It's okay. Pay 50%, and you got 1 year to clear the whole thing on your own. So your share, you all remember when the people from Lofa County carried the first money, they gave the share how much he's ought to pay, his percentage. They didn't say nothing. They didn't say nothing. They allowed the men, don't bring the people of Lofa County, you allow the men to contest. The Supreme Court said, yeah, they make a contest. They make a contest. They make a contest. So that the same game they want to play on Mr. Cummings. Liberians, if you're a supporter of Mr. Cummings, I'm not talking to your sedition, whose minds are made up already, that I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to the hateful UPNs or whosoever. The people then who want the presidency more than Mr. Boaka and say, I'm not talking to you. You want cause, you can cause. I'm talking to real Liberians or patriots. Or injustice to one Liberian is injustice to all. George Weah or other politicians never got such a treatment from Ellen Johnson. Never harassed George Weah. Never. Ellen Johnson opened the line between she and George Weah. George Weah have now opened the lines between he and opposition. George Weah said, I'll call the opposition. You are free anytime. You want or opposition to go. Hello? Can I talk to the president? The president or the opposition, who sort of call a friend? The president sort of call the opposition and say, my man, I want to talk to you. Can you come to my place? Let's meet in the night. Let's talk. Let's talk. The same way he went to Mr. Bwaka and said that his neighbor. You have ever heard Mr. Bwaka criticizing Mr. Weah? No. So, that is the situation we're in. That is what we're going through today. Mr. Bwaka refused to speak. They say Mr. Bwaka will be having a press conference. I'm waiting for it. Even the information we got, you're listening to the press statement. It was not written by Mr. Bwaka. It was done with UP and put Mr. Bwaka name on it and did everything. And they carried to him. They said, Mr. Bwaka, we got to say something. We got to say something. Let's come to the book. Book. Emmanuel Clark wrote a book. Emmanuel Clark invited Ava. Ava make the connection to talk to people. Do you think they put Zoka Wilson name in that book because Zoka Wilson that Bassa man? Or because he minister? You think they put Momodu Massacre name in that book because Momodu Massacre they hate him? They put Rodney Sear name in the book because they hate them? That interview. And the part of George Weah where they say George Weah, the war vagina. It's a biological war. It's a part of a woman. You know, I just went through the book of Monica Lewinsky. The book is graphic. She said, and I quote, that Bill Clinton used cigar on her too. They put it in there for people to buy the book. And guess what? That book now is the number one selling on Amazon. $29. The book describes George Weah, why he married Clark. But you know what I'm talking about? When George Weah was 25 years old. When George Weah was 25, George Weah did not discuss his woman when he was president. George Weah did not discuss his wife when he married her. They say, my man, why you married a woman? He said, my man, I got to marry that girl. Now, men, don't let no man fool you. When we're coming up, my man, I cheat, they're fine. My man, I cheat good. Why you married a girl? My man, that girl tell my eye around, my man. That have men talk. That time Joshua was picking. He discussing. It's not that something he can't discuss about the first lady. They're not the first lady time. That the time two of them were young. You put things in a book to call the audience. And Henry Costa promoted the book. The book came out before weeks, I think 2-3 weeks or a month. Henry came across it and said, oh, Mr. Cummings, in fact, Alexander Cummings, Chief of Staff, Azeva Toba, wrote a disgusting thing about the First Lady. He posted it to send to everybody. Look at the kind of nonsense. Why you would say such a thing? Senator Yombly, y'all go out now and condemn it and let Mr. Cummings come out now to condemn it. Put politics into it. Quick, the next day, Yombly came out and condemned it. Dara Jelon came out and condemned it. He put the First Lady profile. He put the profile. Mr. Cummings saw it. Like the leadership that you talk about, calm, collective, very quiet. He called people and talk about, is this true? What they're talking about? Where's the book? Yes, Mr. Stenberger, I did it. Not me, but that's a book that somebody wrote. Yes, it's in there. Why? Ava, this is politics. We'll have to let you go. But in that letter, Mr. Cummings condemned. If this is truth, what is in that book, if it's truth, then it's a shame. They say Mr. Cummings has to say it. Who's the victim here? Mr. Cummings, you got to apologize to the president wife. For what? What Mr. Cummings did? I will be apologizing to my wife. President, we need to come up. But let me ask you, President, we invest? What did to make President we have? Client vest? The first lady of Republican brother vest. The first lady knows that her husband got another wife indirectly. How many talking about? According to unconfirmed report, they say Fina Bono slapped the first lady wife. The first lady. Nobody said nothing. We listened to a tape. Angie, Fasa, the president told me the same way he told me that he blah 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 you. All on social media. The other person came out. Sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. Christine. Yeah, the president did it. What he said? Look, when you call in names in the public, anything that's public, you can call the names. Gallo, this and that, all these things. They put the president there. They argue with the president, making fuss. They call the president sunshine at the court. Y'all listen to it. The president said, the way the papa looking good, the papa get one 14-year-old thing that can take care of him. Oh. Why are you getting versed for? Men, some of us who did some stuff. We like women, we approach, but some of us who got married, we change. When we got married, I said my executive pin blinking with a seal of Liberia. When we got married, we changed. We should do the same thing. Damn, man, look at that girl. What, my girl? That girl? I want to marry that girl. I will hold that girl. My man, the girl is correct, my man. The girl not to take care of man. My man, the girl can cook. When she go in the bed, in that place, women say gossip about men. Women gossip about men. They discuss us. That boy then listen in bed. Oh, that boy good. Hey, man, don't tell me. Oh, man, trust me. Hey, I can't leave that boy. Hey, John from a nice family. I can't leave. No way. Then a friend go behind the ball too because they get not praise you. They don't get one. See what they. Yeah. Why women? I said it, I open mic. I know some people won't call. I'm not reading the comments. Why you allow men to videotape you? I have never seen husband and wife putting videotape on Facebook. If a husband and wife do a recording in a room, I don't see it leaking out. All the tapes that ever leak out, either a married woman were cheating with this boy and the boy girlfriend catch them and put it on Facebook, or the two girlfriend there and the other girlfriend took it and put it on Facebook. I have never seen a married man and a married woman for them to publish their picture on Facebook. I only see the porn star then doing it. I only see porn star doing it. And to your woolly men, some of y'all are pedophiles. Some of y'all got young children picture on Facebook and you performing with your mouth and doing things and taking picture. We still got it. You forgot? Some of y'all bring people daughter there and strip for $1,000 and they naked themselves. Y'all still got it. Some of y'all who running your mouths. Let me tell you about child pornography. It has a status or no limitation. If you are child predator and you did it in Liberia, in Ghana, in anywhere, and you enter this country and somebody complain you and show that picture, they will start to investigate you. They will start to check you up and say, but that person did it to the innocent point. You'll just walk on you one day and ask for your laptop. But they will watch you. They will watch you. But that person in that picture, when they come out and say, yes, he did it to me. When I was this, you done. You see the priest who been molesting the little boys then. And you see what happened to someone, then they pay millions of dollars. You see what happened to Bill and Cosby? It never died down. You see what happened to Jared, the guy from Subway? Just looking at children picture, he lost everything. How you feel? Look, with all the things that we can do in room, why would I want to tell a girl? Let's take the picture now. Maybe we're coming with stupid, but you respect yourself. The people go on Facebook, on the internet, they see Mr. Kishen performing. And I get him money, I'm going to go perform. If I won't do it, I will go to the porn industry and say, my man, I need to play a role. That means I get him money from it too. So if you watch it, I finish making the money. All of them. It's wrong. You see one white girl count on your computer and tell you say, but naked yourself now. What? Naked yourself now. Let me see something. Maybe that one gay talking to you. Maybe that different person. You thinking? I told one girl, you showing her, I can screenshot everything you showing me while we doing it, while we performing. She do the same thing to you and blackmail you. When you doing it, you think about your wife, you think about tomorrow. Liberians, women, you can do all your freaky thing. I know your legs some men there who to be bad. You think that how you show love? You sit down there, the boy videotaping you. You say nothing. That love is showing to him. But guess what? The women are always the victim. But the men are the one who initiate the wrong. The men will be the one who to convince you in that room and say, let's just take the team, man. So, I can be looking at you. I got one of my friends, when I call his name, he was on his chat and WhatsApp, talking to one guy in Liberia. That guy lay down in the room. Hey, God, I swear, look, my whole scene just dropped. You know my man told me? He said, but the money you cheat while you pastor? I said, no. With that talking, I want to visit him. And they're sitting down. Yeah, babe. Yeah. The guy just came from the bathroom. He said, my team from like, bro. He did it. So I thought he talking to him. This guy naked. I just look at it, I start laughing. I said, man, I'll talk to you, man. Man, where you go? I told you was going to go somewhere. I said, man, you know what? To be friend with you. They go and even look at her face. Do you know what came to my mind? I got two beautiful girls. Two beautiful girls. I don't born. I'm not saying that anybody ugly. But I got two beautiful girls. I got three handsome boys. Handsome than me. They hate me when I see people doing these things. People who know Mr. Kishen, when I was single, I do not go after anybody who less my first daughter. The people can be surprised. Uncle Mooney, I respect you. I would not. This guy, I said, my man, I can't believe that you. When last you went library, you don't go library. But guess what? He paid that girl's cell phone bill. He sent money to her. But he has not gone to library since he came to this country. But that his girlfriend, he thinking about going there now. They still going off. He can get vest and all when he see the girl. When the guy say, oh, I will talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm. They get, look at this guy. This boy showed the girl entire body to me. I said, my man, I don't like what you did. Why you gonna keep it to yourself? You know, people have tried us from Liberia. They will talk to you, they won't say, but when you think I no fan girl, I say, man, I'm married. And I cannot be afraid to tell people I'm married. I'm happily married. Don't get me wrong. I will flirt with you. I can do this with you. My wife don't mean me. My wife, I don't care how we make for, she will cook for me. I don't care how she vests. I will say, man, the document will sign. I know you veil with me, oh, but can't get your boy case now. Then finish. My man, I know you want to talk to me. I'm on my way home, but when I come home, please make sure you find something for me to eat. For better and for worse. So she know me too much. My friend can say, man, how you managing with a man? Let me tell you the phone. Mr. Cummings talked to my wife and say, because you know, in a meeting, when I asked Mr. Cummings question like my phone, he said, wow, thank you for him. Oh. I said, oh. He said, man, how you manage it? I know that you got patience. Oh. Because when I talk to Mr. Cummings, I don't want to stay too long on the phone. If that 5 minutes, I try to get all the message quick. The general call spoons on that. I won't say, oh, because they give you the 30 seconds, 1 minute. But my people, women, let me tell you, your importance is what you got. If the man don't touch it, he will respect you. That love. Men are the problems. We are the problem, not you. A woman can stay by herself. And I said that open mic. I will still come out of politics. A woman can stay by herself for 365 days without looking for men. No man, unless you decide now you say I'm 100% Christian, I want to start preaching tomorrow. For a man to say 365 days without doing nothing, he or gay. If he's not gay, he can go in the bathroom and use the soap. The man wife died today. He looking for the other Jew. A woman husband can die today and say, I don't want to be bothered with men. But do you know who convinced the woman? That the man. The man start acting nice to you. Care, concern. How you come here on my whole day? But you want no man. You been too there now. You find out you want no man. You want to be bothered. You working. The man acting nice. Next thing you gonna do, you gonna look for one of your best friends. My sister, this boy here, every day the boy calling me. The boy will pay my cell phone bill. The boy don't even bother me to come visit me. He will come and stop me to the door and he talk. He kept me for lunch. He do this. Your friend say, hey man, it's hard to find men these days, oh, that your own a blessing. By the time that man say, let's go for dinner again, that woman will be thinking about going to Federal Secret to buy everything brand new. She not make up her mind now. She said, I think today when I get it ready for you. If that man want to mess you up, like just for that short time. But you should know who in love with you. I met my wife 3 months. Me and my wedding not far away. I engaged my wife in 3 months. I married my wife in 9 months. I had the biggest wedding ever in my life to satisfy my wife. Got 3 kids. My older daughter, 16. I married my wife before I had my older daughter. So this year will be making me 17, 18 years marriage. 18, in fact, February 15. Oh, my anniversary, February 15. Thank God, because I forget again. You don't want to forget to tell my wife happy anniversary. She called me. I thought she won't call me. She said, you know towards date, you know today our anniversary. I said, you know what? I've been telling you. Man. That I was just waiting to see, but every time it will be me. I must say, I forgot. She the one can know all the days. And I'm still happily married, like I just met my wife. I just met. So now when I look at my wife, by the time I know I start growing stomach, I go in the gym. I start doing exercise. Because I want a better woman marry now. So, people, that book business, you put it behind you. Who tell your president we have vest? Who tell your client we have vest? Now you don't want you crying whole day. Mr. Coming my pot to who? Eh? You call the file lady. Who know? Maybe Teresa called the woman. Mr. Coming whoever say, "Hi, man, file lady. I know what happened and this and that." It's not something to talk about. It's not something for you to talk. But we need to have the conversation for our daughters. Raping about 7 years, raping or 10 years, 14 years. We need to pass a strong law when it comes to who's supposed to marry. You should be how many years old to marry. We're in a modern world. No damn old man should take somebody 10 years old daughter and give the man money. We got children in the street that got selling whole day. But because there is no free education, you can't force the man to send a child to school. The woman ain't get it. But if you pass the law for free education from kindergarten to 12th grade public schools, if that woman keep her son or daughter in the market, we will arrest her. But the must get 5,000 to send a man to school, to send a child to school. So we got to sell. Then you send a child to sell, one little bastard who got little US dollar in your pocket, get a leg, get $50 US, bam. Time and look at the woman play the pool. Woman, how are you, man? You know your daughter will be taking care of her. How will she? Oh, you know some 13-year, you know some 14-year-old getting in like bro. They take some 20. Oh, I will be saying, you know, Oma, I will make sure if I will get you one car, to be renting for you. The Oma then I think I said the pool again. You stupid, eh? You know that man? That man will take care of you and blah blah blah. I will send her to school, man. Don't worry. I will send her to school. Ego, ego. Wow. That's why today the young girls in Liberia. There's a girl in Liberia. I have done my own investigation. Beautiful, got 2 kids. Her kid, the daughter in school, the son graduate. Fine girl. I've helped to register the girl in school. I helped for the boy to graduate. So I said, my friend, I said, I want you to go and check on something and tell me what she really do. Imagine she was just fasting recently. She go to church. I told the guy, he said, my man, I'm telling you, she looking for a job. She don't have a boyfriend. Everybody want her. But because she refused, she can't find a job. She can't find a job. Beautiful girl. Anybody who want her to give her a job, they won't sleep with her. So it's tough on her. Do you know what it means? I felt so bad when I told my wife to listen to her voicemail and crying. Mr. Keisha, I beg you. My son won't graduate. He now do everything. If we don't pay the money, he will not graduate. He will get a document, but he will not be part of them. Mr. Keisha, I will not sell myself no matter what happens. God will send me somebody. I'm looking for job everywhere I go. They promise me job, but I must sleep with them. What? My people, You do know there are other children who stay calling me, who are help Zion College, pay for live, and something. One of my other picking, he said, "Big brother, even if I can start with 10 subject again and 10 credit, but there are three. I got my daughter, I got my kids, private school. You think I get it? I broke. See this? I broke to give it to people. And not real money. This is not a real money. This is not a real money. It's for games. But that's what happened in Liberia. Even the older women. But some people say, "That's my passport. I will make it." Who told you? They will use it for the time being. When they don't enjoy you again, they let you go. You're the loser. You're always the victim. We are the problems, but you're always the victim. Don't let no man subdue you. Stand your ground. They don't talk. Nobody challenge them. You scared to take them to police because guess what? Nothing will happen. They get say and Sibo harass her, sexual harass her. What he did, he told the girl to quote. Sedition women came out and insulted the girl. She lied. What that case today? Women from CDC stood up and told the guy, say, "You're a liar. You lying on the man." Amen. Is that women the problem too? They, eh, 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 eh. This guy can't come to America. Kiamaya, I know Kiamaya, what the foreign minister, because of sexual harassment. The president appointed him foreign minister. They went to the Senate. Group of women were against, the other group of women were favor. The president never investigated. Say, Kiamaya, I will have to withdraw your nomination until you can clear your case. They got Patrick Sulu with another girl. He playing with himself. The president said that a business. Sedition said that not your business, that the man private life. Oh, they defended him. That the man private life. That the man private life. They got Bakuba Gion laying down the bed. They don't want elephant. The only thing he showed they took a picture of the girl. The Freeport man, he's still working. The president said, but the man business. But if you do it and the president don't like you, he can fire you. But guess what? When he fire you, he's right. He's right because he said, indecency and whatsoever your government official will not accept it. He can fire you, and what you say, actually, he's right. He's right. You better way I was thinking, cat, women. You are the neck of the head. Without the neck, there's no head. You are very, very important. You are important. When a man get rich, that a woman. Behind every successful man, there's a hard-working woman. A man can go and get all his money. If he's not married, he's in trouble. That money will go because they will fire and they will come in there and eat. But by the time he married, there's a protection on certain things. So sometimes you got to be, both ways. So my people, that book business, you can't hold Mr. Cummings for Ava or Emmanuel. And guess what? Emmanuel said more books coming up again. The same thing. We ain't see nothing yet. And technically, there's nothing you can do. We got to be honest. But let me go back to the politics. Liberians, you supporting Mr. Cummings, you're sympathizer of Cummings, you friends of Cummings, you want a better Liberia and you in Liberia. If you listen to me, if you don't stand up and speak, you will not get Mr. Cummings. Let us not be pretending as if it's not a jury case. It's just one man who going to make that decision. It's just one man. That man is member of the Freemason. Serena Sifa is, the Freemason in Liberia, they are corrupt. The ones in America, you must be disciplined. If you're a corrupt person, if you're stealing from government, you can't be part of it because it's a whole organization that they need or disciplined members. In Liberia, their own is to protect corruption. President Weah is part of it. Charles Bright is part of it. Every one of them part of it. Serena Cephas is there. The judge, Jala, is part of it. They are all brothers. Mr. Cummings is not part of it. Somebody say, let me tell you now, somebody who part of it. He said, my man, Cummings need to join the Freemason. That's what he mean. He said, trust me. If Cummings was a member of the Freemason, by the time the whole thing asked, what do you mean? He said, oh, money. He said, your problem, you funny. He said, Ure, part of it. Serena Cephas, there. That particular judge, he part of it. They are all brothers. So they interact. So I said, but when anything, he said, my man, let me tell you, man, you know. You even know. That's how it works. But then the guy said, because I would never, one guy in America, the guy told me and say, in fact, Henry Bonner myself was talking, may so rest in peace. He said, my man, you need to join this thing. I said, no. And he started explaining. He said, listen, it mean that in America you got to be corrupt. No. They can help you. Maybe you get a job. There were certain things, but it mean that when you kill, in fact, by the time certain things that you do, they will expel you. If you corrupt and whatsoever, they get rid of you. You must be a disciplined man. You got to be respectful. You can't, certain things you can't get involved. But in a traffic ticket, if you lock it, they let you go. They will not harass you, but they will stand with you. But if you go and kill somebody, or you go and steal enough money or whatsoever, and they find out, and the government trying to prosecute, they're not going to say, well, send the president part of it, they just let it go. No. But in Liberia, they got to me, they say in Liberia, they corrupt. They do that. He in both one. He to the one in. He said the guy was in Trent or something. You see that? So the guy said, let me tell you, Mr. Cummings' lawyers need to and defend and challenge it as they don't want this man to be the judge, and they will happen. The guy said, TC Gu, they had a case. His father had a case, and TC Gu told the lawyer, the judge, that he wrote and said he do not want this judge to hear the case because the judge will not be transparent because of XYZ. The same, he said, and I had to push it, and the judge had to recuse himself, and they brought another judge. But TC was the lawyer at the time. You see, some people, we must rally. We got to do it with respect. We can go and line up. You don't need to carry no co-part. You don't need to carry no band. You don't need to carry no car there. And you can stand up on the sidewalk. It is your right. And get the camera, video camera, going live. And you put your placard up. And you let the people know that what you are doing is not about Mr. Cummings. You are trying to deprive the rights of people who supporting Mr. Cummings. Simple. Let us be transparent. Nowhere in the world you can charge a man without a fact or evidence. You either investigate first, get a sufficient evidence to prosecute that person. You are heard everything. When the guy say, listen, I am about, they say, oh no, you're free to go. Don't worry, you're free to go. Then they start investigating, they find me. By the time they get the proof, they just come to the husband and say, sir, you have the right You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to attorney. If you don't have, one will be appointed for you. So this and that, bam. They call you because they got proof now to charge you. But now they say, oh, Mr. Kishen and Mr. John Brown, when I noticed that he took my car from the place. No proof. Then you say, Mr. John Brown will bring the proof. Mr. John Brown. They say you told the man, say, I tell the man car. My man, go bring the car, man. I'm gonna bring something that I get. As you bring something, and then the other people on Facebook misinterpreting, giving wrong information. They think I think it's the end of Mr. Cummings. They think it's the end. Man, Dr. Francais, what you say? They think that the end of Mr. Cummings. It is not the end of ANC. And it is not the end of Mr. Cummings. Only God will show us. God will never forsake anybody easily. You worship God, worship God. If you're Muslim, you still worship God. The devil will travel. The devil will go this place. The devil will try. But the honesty of a man survive. I'm telling you. And if you still try to challenge God, if you try to challenge God and you harm an innocent man, one, you will get paid. And God will give us that strength and wisdom to raise up another one. So you can go up and come down. ANC will get a candidate on the ballot, any way you put it. They want to break up the CPP. The CPP is, it's not a pilot move. It's not an autopilot move anymore. They have slowed down. It's static. Pam. They're just shaking with the water. Bwaka going to speak. Bwaka having a press conference. Let's listen for it. You'll see it with your own eye. The U people went, they wrote letter. They put a statement. We condemn it to the stronger point, Mr. Ava, blah, 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 blah. Never even condemn George Weah. Go apologize to your wife, President Weah. Listen, what they said, but then I was young. We were little boys. I told them why this, but why they put in the book. Even if I tell them, is that how they're supposed to describe it? Even if they say, oh, President Weah, yes, we all like men like women. Guess what? Men want sex. Women don't want sex. Men want it 24/7. Don't you know that's why God don't make men menstruate? Women don't want it, but you got to make women to love it. They want affection. They want affection. You got to show them love for them to get it. They get pastor who preach about it all the time. This guy was talking. He said, "Why you need pastor?" He said, one of his members came to him. He said, "Reverend, Deacon Jones continue to harass me. This man can't even. This man got a demon. He got a demon in him every night." He said, "Deacon Mariah, trust me, I got a demon in him too." Oh. Deacon Mariah. Thank God, I myself go ask my wife, I got a demon in me. We need to rally. We need to stand up. This is not an ANC thing. Liberians, they will deprive you of voting. It will start with they pushing Mr. Cummings. It might go to your Gonglo. They will look into Ellen Johnson government. They will look from Justice Ministry to, I'm telling you now, Justice Ministry to Labor Ministry. They will hold something on your own Gonglo. Gonglo, he will plead his own case. They will look at Kiase. And Kiase will bring in helicopter. Kiase get money. So they're looking at it and say, "Man, the guy prepared to spend $10 million, anything, or $20 million. They will start doing their homework because, oh, we can get rid of Mr. Cummings. The Liberian people can say nothing. We'll do the other one. You're lying. The lie. The lie. The lie. You cannot. Liberians, sympathizer around the country, you need to show yourself. You need to stand up. You don't need to block the street. You don't need to stop cars from moving, but you can line up the sidewalk and show it. Let them read it for themselves. Let it be on social media. Let the people know it's not ANC. Independent people. People who want good, who want to see Liberia moving. The only candidate in Liberia that are telling us that Liberia can still survive, and this is the platform, is Mr. Cummings. If I was looking for a friend to be president of Liberia, I would stick with George Weah because I know him from the days of IE all the way. But this is not about friendship. We're talking about our children. We're talking about our young boys. We're talking about the Zogos that 90% voted for CDC. We're talking about the disadvantaged children we call Zogo today. They were not warlords. They were not small soldiers. Some of them were born in 2000. So they didn't participate in the war, but they saw the war. They saw the war. Some of them who they forced to hold gun, like Yeke Koluba. And we must stand up. We should go against people who insulting. And I will say in a stronger term, Yeke Koluba got a very good message, but he must stop the profanity. Yeke Koluba is frustrated. They have frustrated him so badly. He can stand and speak the truth. He don't need to curse. They will get the message. He can stand and say the truth and speak the truth. Leave President Weah out. Leave your friends out. And what happened that day? Two wrong can make right. Yeke Koluba cursed. Akara Grade has no right to walk to Yeke Koluba and put hand in your face. That's a threat. Sit to your place and talk. Don't say that means it proves that it's personal. President Weah is President Weah. He's not the government. He's the head of the government. But profanity killed the message. Years back, Akara Grade and Solomon Joe went at each other. They say, opium smoker. I will beat you. I will do that. I will do this. Akara Grade insulted President Salif. I will give you a better. She's a criminal. She must go to jail. Moluba Molu. Solomon Joe insulted Mr. Salif, Madam Salif. Nobody said nothing about it. It was wrong. All the insult here that you see people cursing today, it started from the CDC and it spilled over. People believe that when sedition cursing you, don't curse them. You curse President Weah, it can hurt their feelings because they love him. But it's wrong. Henry Costa, he cursed Weah. He even talked about the man's wife. Henry Costa condemned this guy to get a prostitute. More Ali baby man. They want a blackmailer. Who Papa Cherry? Why? Why? Papa Cherry, they do this, they do that. Why? Let's talk to Yeke. Yeke is right 100%. Yeke is the most is the only representative that has received more disrespect from government officials because they say Yeke can curse. Nobody can take a representative car from where official car can stop. Yeke is elected. If Yeke driver park the car and say I'm waiting for the representative. The police got no right to take Yeke car from there. Then the police say because you can cost the president. The man who's supposed to protect citizens say yes, I don't want to take the car. Then Edwin Snow says, "Oh, be here, be here." Edwin Snow, who came to permanence from the same and working with the tailor, the where he said Chief Allen, driving, God helping him. Edwin Snow smart. He know exactly what he wanted. He married Charles the daughter. He took a small little money and became the youth chairman and spent the Charles again for 30,000 and start doing all that thing. Boom. He made sure he go out. He go for the best. He always go to the top. He became senator. He bribed the token. Ellen Johnson came do her own thing when she was president. She's president now. She took the same government money and bribed the senators, the representative. They removed Edwin Snow. At the time when Ellen took what she was broke. But Ellen was the president and she said, "God, I come into." She brought another guy. She said, "Nobody should go." The legislature was supposed to meet in the capital, but they took it to Banjo to go meet. It's not Monrovia, but you think they care about the Constitution? Edwin Snow looked at the Constitution, but he lost the case. Ellen Johnson took the government money and bribed them. The simple Edwin Snow bribe to win the speakership, she bribed the people. They took Edwin Snow all straight. Edwin Snow came to his and he said, "Okay, no, I may just work with Madasseli." And still, you think you're happy with Madasseli? But Madasseli was playing him too. Yeke have not taken pay. He got a family. Yeke was traveling. They stopped the man's children. That's how he feel he can give his message, but it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Let's be honest. I still want Yeke in ANC. He's not going nowhere. Yeke is a member of ANC. But the government themselves need to leave Yeke alone. But let Yeke change his tone and see what the government will do. Criticize them on the real issue. Don't cause. Criticize them. The government corrupt. Leave the president alone. Don't cause him. The government corrupt. The president is corrupt. The president is the one the president is the head of the government. If things are happening in the executive and the president don't take action, he's responsible. The house is corrupt because they refuse to audit. You don't have to say, Mr. Speaker, you're damn backball. Yeke insulted 2-3 times. Say, I take it back, I take it back, I take it back. They make joke out of the whole Senate. Everybody cursing us. Foucault say, I will beat you. The next time you guys, say Foucault. Akara Gray skinny. Yeke sick. Other people laughing about it, making fun about it. Yeke say that audit. Who are in favor for the audit? Akara Gray say, Mr. Speaker, if I may obtain a second, I disagree. They went through. They disagree. They want no audit. But they want accountability, but they won't audit themselves. So the Yeke need to stop the insult. For you who love Yeke, I love Yeke too. But Yeke got good points. Everything Yeke saying is truth. But what we don't get out of the message, because the insult, so the message killing, dying. And who are you, sedition, to say Yeke shouldn't be senator or representative? Who are you? The people voted for Yeke, what, 10,000 votes? You nobody to say Yeke don't have to. He's a killer. Oh, shut up, for God's sake. Who are you? Yeke went to Grand Jide. Who are you in Grand Jide to stop another librarian from going through to go to Grand Jide? Yeke wife and children from Grand Jide. The late when he said he was a model man. George Dwyer, his daughter. You think I need permission to go to any county by right? Then I know damn federal state we're operating on. We're not operating federal state. We got one police. We got one police director. The one police director controls the entire country. Mr. Cummings can't come to Niba County, that Prince Johnson. Yeke can't come here because Yeke cost the president. You make it personal. When I got to Barack Obama, you lie. He took it personal. His own friends then went against him. You don't disrespect the president. We might disagree. You don't need to cause President Weah. But if President Weah government is corrupt, it's corrupt. You don't need to say he got knucklehead. That's who the people voted for. You don't need to say Solomon Swan like the other, like Joe Barker and campaign manager. That's the man we voted for. Respect the office. Respect the individual. But you sedition too, you're making too personal to you can make people turn against you too. Because corruption is not an insult, if especially happening. The people are looking at it in the public court of opinion. The public find you guilty. They say, no, we saw your Magir that was in one room yesterday, 4 years today. He living in a big mansion. He built a house for his man. That's not his salary. Compare his salary. But he built a house with a boss quarter, fence, everything in there, pictures, cell phone, right near the casket, and everything, and put an iPhone and all that. Put an iPhone there that when my mom get up, she can make a call to me, and somebody can sleep in the yard. 4 years you work for. And people, if we count his salary, if we calculate his salary, his benefits, don't you think that corruption? Let me explain something to you. One of the special assistants related to Maribio, the president of Sierra Leone. You think the president of Sierra Leone clean? I don't think so. Because I hear Sierra Leoneans, I watch one Sierra Leone podcast, they say, oh, he corrupt and this and that. But guess what he doing? He disciplined the country, even the police now afraid to take bribe. His special assistant, I was watching that she went to church. Everybody giving testimony. She went and gave a testimony. She said, oh, I just want to give God the glory. I got a job. I built 2 houses. She explained what she built. She got 2 houses. She did this and this and that. By the time she went to work, somebody gave the president the tip. He said, oh, so that the testimony you gave, you just started a job. You built 2 houses. Okay. Thank you very much. Your investigator, you fire. You forced to go brag about it? Are you forced to brag about it? And I will tell you, Sierra Leone, when we just say freedom bubble thief, man, I want to school in Sierra Leone. They are corrupt, but now the police afraid to take bribe publicly. In Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, they are afraid to take bribe publicly. Government official, minister, assistant minister, whosoever, if they start that same thing in Sierra Leone, tell Lynn. Since we started telling, like, bro, do you know how many Librarians die? You know how many Librarians die? According to the Constitution, the 3 branches of government fly flag. Got an X on the flag. They got an X on. The Chief Justice, the Speaker, the President, the Vice President. Not even Associate Justice. Not Senator and whatsoever. But in Liberia, assistant minister gets special assistant. He gets 2 police behind him. He drive on the opposite lane. And they tell you, man, first to see how dumb we are. When they tell you, say, we're on the tail lane, what can come to your mind? That means they got the first lane, second lane, tail lane. The tail lane and the opposite lane. That means you that coming, give me way. Let me power you. Amen. The dumbest thing in my whole life. Telling Prince Johnson, well, Mr. Protem, some of us here, when we come into work, we don't even have the chance. Leave your damn house on time and go to your 2 days job. You go to job 2 days. The other day, you're supposed to carry yourself to Nima County and sit down there. 2 days. Why? Why, people? It's sad. You think, like, bro, you think if Mr. Cummings be president tomorrow, the problem is there. You know what our problem that we'll be facing again? We say we got Zogo. You see the one that who in CDC, who stay been singing from the time George Weah took office, they say singing. You go to CDC hall, they sing for 20 minutes before they post speak. Some of them, their life will still remain the same place static. That is another problem for Liberia. It's a national security issue. Sogos and that other problem is a national security problem. If we don't do anything, if the government do not rehabilitate, change the lives of these people, take the best serious stand ever, stop the drugs whatsoever, they will never change. They will be sleeping in the street for the next 6 years and we'll get back to that same trouble. Some of the children went on the leave from 2000. When you hear a girl say, they say, how long you been? 19 years. We're supposed to be ashamed. If a young girl say, I was here for 19 years now, that means you're not like that. Her pa in the police, but her pa can't take care of her. Her father in the police. Our daughters are prostituting. And even if you go and videotape them, don't show it, my people. Black the face. Put out dark, cover the face. Or play the audio. Play the audio. You don't need to put, I see people posting on and whatsoever. They took that small little baby boy, they put him there with a stick, they say they punish the beginning. What you did to her? I F her. Baby. That when you hear freedom and say thoroughly, that means that it's not nothing. He say he slept with a girl. Look at trouble. Baby. They punishing the boy like this. They put it on social media. That thing will haunt that little child. That picture will haunt that little boy. Punishing behind closed door and tell him, say what you did was wrong. Check the leg here and see if anything happened. No, ain't nothing. Fine. And tell again, never ever the man and whosoever. My people. But you punish that kid who is what? 5 years, 6 years, 5-year-old, 6-year-old. What you did to the girl? That late child here, the big people using the F word in the community. That child living in one bedroom house that maybe he not spy his mind and pa. Bouncing or playing basketball in the room, playing soccer in the room. And they know they're not supposed to play soccer in front of the children. They sort of go, if they want to play soccer, they go on the football field. But in the room, where they sort of be on the football field playing the soccer, the child watching because the child sleeping on the floor. They're using the F word in front of the child and telling the child, in fact, they use the F word on the child. But you took that little boy, you scraping naked and put stick between his leg, then you say him do like this. Abuse. The first thing you take the girl to the hospital and find out if anything. That boy, he used the word he can talk. Because he hear from other people. The lay picking say, whoa, say they show the picking. Hey, Liberian people, man. Oh God. One of my friends went and published it too. They suspended him for 3 days. They suspended him for 3 days on Facebook. It's wrong. It's wrong. You think the children the problem? We they grown up too. If you videotape a girl, if you won't go see how many girls on the street, in America, they will ask you. Before you watch certain movie, they say they try to get the children off the street. They ask, they say, listen, are you prepared to interview and whatsoever? They put it out there. But in a situation where you know it going, don't put the person's face. Some people who will be pretend again, yes, I slept with him. I told him, say, you will pay me $10 if I sleep with you 2 days. He did it today, yesterday. Time to go now. He not beat me. I'm gonna get from your house. And we showing the girl face. You saw the girl in the scene Sierra Leone. I think that's Sierra Leone or somewhere. The girl bought naked. She carried the ball. No clothes on her. I need my money. She naked. Her man born. I need my money. She carried her. Or somebody pay. I want my money. You know that bring girls are doing it too. And then they so wicked when they passed that law about raping. Liberian girls were lying on the other foreigner and say, oh, There's an Indian guy who he picked the woman up. By the time they reached to a single area there, she said, "I stop here. I need my money." The man said, "What? What's your problem? What's your problem?" She said, "I need my money." The security put across the road, they kind of say, "You got to pay the girl." The whole country corrupt. The whole country. They connive with the police. The man too scared. Well, we came to jail. The man got to get the money so you go. Hey, my people. Eh? You know about vacancy in Liberia. You in Liberia, when you put the law, if you pass free education in government schools, my people, Liberia region, if Liberians have a good leader, Liberians themselves will not do certain job in Liberia. I'm telling you. Liberia still got a virgin forest. Liberia still got a virgin resources that they have not touched. Even diamond, don't mind that thing. They just you have a go camp. Go camp. How can we get a place the digging diamond with no school there? Go camp. The poor go to the mining, but we get school, we get hospital in that area. When the government is responsible for the entire country, the place that they mining, if they get school that I want pantash, they take the diamond from they carry. So everybody just go there to mine, but people living there. People living there. We only go after people who, when the white man can open company, we say, "Oh, my man, you got to build a hustle." But the Liberian man open the same company, he don't do it. Tom, will you get a logging company? He ain't get his employees there in a good house. But we go after Firestone for getting something. But do what he said, Kibra do, Tom, will you may so rest in peace, other than have a logging company. But go see where the employees living. We don't go after them. But we go after Firestone and Lamco. But we don't go after our own Liberian people who go and open a logging company or no, we don't go after them. But they collecting log, they put it, they ship it, they follow it, Gabriel do. They're doing it. They're going through, and before at the time, somebody will use Maryland and do whatsoever. That's what happened. Are we serious? We have ourselves the problem. They pay you, you come out and laugh for John Brown. I mean, I'll give $5,000. Go up and say that man did this to you. You saw the case. Dillon and Yombly sue Dillon and Billity. But somebody pinched them. So they changed it around and they put another person name there. You know what they changed it around for? Because somebody warned them. If y'all go to that court and y'all lose that case, understand that you're not part of Liberty Party again to even argue, because that means the judge recognized that you can't go to court again. Because you're still getting one. If you want to fight it in court, fine. But if you lose it, right there they will say, well, the whole thing. So they put the same way they allow Zago to go and sue to stop the endorsement, and the court threw it from from the capital, from the Temple of Justice straight down. That the same thing going to happen again. So that person who going to sue, is that person ready been paying dues? Is that person ready a member or registered member? That person will have to prove. Then Dillon wrote ways and means the people that's going to pay. He said Martin Kula been receiving his check for 6 months. Y'all listen, oh. Martin Kula received his check for 6 months. They don't read it smart. So since Martin Kula receiving a check for 6 months, how Dillon new chief of staff been taking pay? Dillon brought Martin Kula in. Martin Kula got on the payroll through Dillon. Martin Kula had a direct deposit. Why you stay allowing money to go into Martin Kula's account? Now, If Martin Kula get us 6 months money, Martin Kula say, but you go back to the account and put the money. I mean, look there, sir. I mean, look there. When you do a direct deposit, you can take it back. So even if Martin Kula use it and it is proven that 6 months money go there, Martin Kula will take the money and put it right back. You put it, I resign. I don't have to go to finance ministry and say this and that. What finance ministry want from you? Even IRS will say we overpay you, you must pay the money back. But guess what Dillon now open? Anything Martin Kula say about Dillon will believe it because Martin Kula was the chief of staff. Martin Kula was very close. Martin Kula resigned because of Dillon's dishonesty. But he never came out to criticize Dillon. But Martin Kula actually resigned from Dillon's office because of dishonesty. If Darius Dillon was popular, and Martin Kula want to run in District 6, if Darius Dillon was truthful, Martin Kula would remain with Darius Dillon. But Darius Dillon disappointed them. He lied to them. He make Martin Kula to understand that, listen, my man, we behind Mr. Cummings. Oh, you didn't know that one. Darius Dillon was on this. But saying Yombly and Darius Dillon click, they met. Nobody know what happened behind closed door. Darius Dillon, that's why the friends of Darius Dillon, chairman, whosoever turned against Darius Dillon, because it was surprising the way Darius Dillon and Yombly just started to go like that. They were pushing Darius Dillon to be the political leader for the Liberty Party, to put him into the race. But he disappointed them. Because Yombly and he, I don't know what they discussed. Oh, you don't know that they were pushing Dillon to challenge Yombly for the standard bearership. And Darius Dillon had a better chance of beating Yombly to be the political leader for Liberty Party. Yes. To put him into the race, to challenge to be part of the process, even if he lose. You go ask Yato. Darius Dillon was supposed to challenge Yombly on that position. And even Belete had a support. He had a support from Belete. Belete were going to support him to challenge her because Yombly was just single-handed picked by Mr. Bronsky. But instead of doing it, he didn't do it. They came to America. They fly together. Whether they slept in the same hotel, nobody know. Whether they go on this place, nobody know. They changed. Darius Dillon disappointed his entire fan. I spent $500 behind Darius Dillon campaign. I don't get money. Some people spend $10,000. Some people give Darius Dillon $50,000. Let me tell you the real truth. Some people spend money. Some people, people spend money. Some people get 50, some people get, but I gave 500. You to my witness. The first one was 300, the second one was 200. The 300 for a polling place, the entire polling center was $300 to take care of pool washing. And I made my contract. I promised them, and I fulfilled that promise. My waiting that far away. I don't regret doing it. That money there, that was not my pay. That was not my salary. It was not something to pay any bills. It was something that I did on the side. I got my lay pay, and I decided because I want to be. I don't know Dillon. I don't know Dillon like that. But Dillon, so people like Dillon giving other political people hard time because they don't lie. But they don't still got his supporters. He still got some. Even the devil got supporters, so it ain't make no difference. So Martin Kula, Dillon disappointed Martin Kula. You tell your honor man one thing and you do another thing. The man, Martin Kula, just say, listen, Dillon, I'm disappointed in you. He said, I will have to go. Mr. Cummings never talked to Dillon to go, for Martin Kula to go support him. Because it's something that they agree. Dillon had made so many speeches that he speaks in parable. He knows exactly. Your thing, you know, did not say I'm leaning to Boaka. When you're asking, say, I never said I was supporting Boaka. I said I am leaning. You see when you play? So tomorrow when he won't change, when he wake up, he said, I told you I was leaning to Boaka. I never said I endorse Boaka, but I'm leaning to. You know, people play with words. Y'all say they don't go to school, but they don't read a lot. Dylan, he's a very smart politician. He plays on what the Liberian people want to hear. And he make himself look honest. But when certain and people told us, people came up from the scene, they said Dylan receiving cash instead of check. If anything. So you see, Martin Kula going to explain. So Dylan, secret closet will come out. Yeah, will come out. Dylan afraid of Henry Costa because Costa got some stuff on him. Costa said it before in Minnesota that Dylan is a drunk. He's somehow want to take that glory that he make Dylan to win and don't let nobody fool you. How Henry Costa made Dylan win? Why he made Taylor Ray to win? CPP make Dylan to win. CPP. The money they raised for Dylan on the Costa show, I contributed to it. You see? So what Costa contribute, I don't know. We know what they wanted. So don't listen to what only people, you know, like brain, we got to be smart. Don't let the people fool you. Don't let them use you. Don't let them lie to you. To them, they think that we are the ones stupid, but they are the smart ones. So anything that they bring, we'll take it. Because we love you, we'll take it. You know, it's sad, eh? When I see smart people who I thought they were smart and asking some question, I read it something, I ask myself, I say, but what is going on? Why you still be talking about refugee camp in the age? Why you still be talking about Cummings? Why Cummings didn't go to the refugee camp in Nigeria? Eh? Why will you be talking about Cummings didn't go to refugee camp? Ellen Johnson went there before you voted for her? Joshua went there before you voted for him? No. Joshua taught him to get into politics? No. If Joshua had a thought of that he was going to be in politics, Joshua coming to leave and go to the Yamasoko call, he will be showing off. But people who there now, they don't want brought Joshua. You see? But people, we need to ask questions about things that will take us into the 21st century, that will be part of it. If you're talking about education right now, let the government invest into STEM school. That's technology now, it all over the world. That is what moving the economy around the world. Later on, when they know that you get the kind of kids in the country, the next thing, some kind of company going to start using drone. And you start training your people. You start doing things. They got kids in Liberia who don't even know what they have to use computers. To show it's so bad, we take computers and send it to Liberia that still get MS-DOS on it. That get how you send a Windows 98, 98 or 2000 to Liberia. I saw the guy talking about, oh my man. I said, what? Man, we update that thing there. The project won't know how to use certain things. Finish. Amen. And they carry that computer and sell it for $100, $200. And the people had to buy it. I got computer to the hustle. I got one little laptop to the house. They hard drive nothing. The point said they just give it to you now your business. It work for some time. Yeah. We got problem, oh. We got serious problem. We ourselves need to change. Look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, you see, I love to speak as if I will not talk tomorrow again. That's what I put it. But when I can stay too long, if I were on national radio, I would cut and speak on the real issue for 30 minutes or 1 hour. But I don't owe nobody here. And my internet are using. If I was broadcasting live, I would set what I need to talk about for Liberia. I can go 30 minutes and hit the main points because the time. Or if that 1 hour, I go on the straight. I'm not going to be jumping from place to place. I will get exactly what to talk about. Then I will start keeping topics for the next time. Or I will continue after my 1 hour. I can still continue on Facebook. So don't get vexed when I go 2 hours. Yeah, don't get vexed. I helping some people say some people working right now, some people listening, watching me. One of my friends, my man, you can keep my town. Tell me you can sleep. I can sleep. And I will go to church tomorrow. If God wake me up, I will go to church tomorrow. I know God for myself, not for nobody. Yeah. So, guys, don't be discouraged. Don't mind what the people will tell you about Mr. Cummings. That CDC government will suppress Mr. Cummings. They will do this. They will do that. Don't mind. George Weah will not do anything stupid. I'm not saying that before you say I curse. I'm not cursing him. He will not do anything wrong. Let me change it. He will not do anything different. He will not try to go after Mr. Cummings. Let the law play its course. But you're not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. But when you look at the case, you know straight. There's nothing either. We all know they've been lying. We all know. How will you approve a document you ran on the document after 1 year? Then you telling me the document not correct? The same document that brought Darius Dillon and others to power. Why they can resign if that document is fake? Yeah. So they will be part of it. We'll call people. If Mr. Boaga go and testify, he will be cross-examined by our lawyer. Yomi will be cross-examined. And trust me, don't overlook it. You see, some of the tape that we play here, you see some of the editing we're doing and bringing all the other tapes, it will be played. Don't be surprised. Some of the talking points, some people say, damn, man, you brought something I didn't know. I forgot. Ure was the one who started the document. He got original copies. The one that he gave Mr. Cummings, that Ure honor Ure leadership. You can't tell me say he ain't get copy. Bring it. Bring the copy. Then go to NEC and bring the other copy. And then you call the lawyers and say, excuse me, is this what we gave you? I can solve that case within no time. And only lawyers. This is what we had before, my friend. Although Mr. Cummings say he ain't got the original copy again, but this is what we had before when we were not with Mr. Cummings. At that time, we were still in charge. This is what we have. Then we go to NEC and bring the NEC document, and then we compare. Lawyers that in, then the lawyer look at it and say, okay, no, yes, the case closed. If anything goes wrong, then Mr. Cummings is liable. But he said, no, we can't call the lawyer. Let's call ALP chairman. Let's call Mo Ali. Why you call Mo Ali or Mo Ali on record? Oh, people, we're wasting our time. When I say wasting our time, I mean that what I'm doing, I'm wasting my time. But when I say wasting our time, Liberia to move forward, we stay static. And I see most of our people who supposed to stand up. Guys, we need to stand up in all the counties. Today, Mr. Cummings are in Bombing Hills. We're not stopping. We stay doing what we're supposed to do. They call, we run from Bombing Hills to come back anytime. Okay, guys, I think I'm wrapping up now. Let me just go through the comments so you guys can see it publicly. Some of the comments, I just love to look at it. And I appreciate your time. Today is Sunday. Pray for me, I pray for you. and let us do what is right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Momon Kroma, where real change. ABC, 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 ABC. The meaning of ABC, somebody say about a better country. About better country. You know. Awesome. Thank you, Tene. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Munakishan, hello to all. Let's have a good conversation. No insults. Sir Gabriel Foko. Pro Cummings suit. Yep, you're right. The short sleeve too. I can wear it outside by this time. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I like it. I got the long one. I got the other one. It's long. I got the, in fact, I got the George Weah one. Let me show you something. Say you talk about this suit here. Let me show you something here. You see this? That's the one George Weah. Yeah, only thing that the green. So you see it? Yeah. Propo. You know, this suit here, we say propo suit. You remember higher suit? See the one? And I like brain can sew. You know, I can sew myself. I sew, but I don't have the patience like that. You know, this suit here, let me tell you the real truth. If any one of you, these are the kind of suit my mom used to sew for us. The sew we get, they will sew two. That two that will go to church. You wear on Christmas Day. After that Christmas Day, forget it. Then you put on a jean trouser. But that suit, you feeling with it, you better take it. Oma will prepare that suit again for church. You will wear it. You remember this? You see it? In the form of coat. Short, this one a short sleeve. The one I got a blue one, like a long sleeve one day. You see it? The higher suit. Yeah, I love that navy, that real baby blue. That's something that my wife brought it from Liberia. My daughter in Liberia, she's the one and did it for me. Yeah. This one I bought the one straight. You know they get it on the internet, you can purchase it. But they can sew, you know, this one. In fact, I wore this the other day during the summer. Oh, my friend, I will bluff Timothy when he saw it, say, my man, who sewed this suit? But the other ones that you see with the Chinese color, myself sew it. Nobody sew myself sew it. All my African things then the one with the shy, all my African shy I sew it myself. I can sew, but I don't really sew for people easily. I can sew for my wife. Sometimes people gotta beg my wife if I want sew for them. Larry G. Duncan. Oh, I thought I'd leave out Duncan. Thanks for the clap. Franco. It's all trial and tribulation. The case is fiasco or else prosecution would have already started. Trial within the first week. You're right. So true, my brother. Chewing palm kernel is worse than cola nut. Eh? Oh yes, I agree with you. Ah, sir, forget it. Psh, I chew palm kernel. We cry. In fact, let me tell you the truth. During the war, we were going Godric. We walked from Looking Town. When we got on that highway to go to Cape Mount, the only thing we saw sugarcane die all on the floor. That whole place was covered with sugarcane die. We stopped to one little house. Nobody was there, but they had a pancana in a whole drum. We say let rest. Everybody take handful, put in the plastic bag. Kpakpuru, kpakpuru, we crack. Hey man, I crack my own pancana, keeping it, put in my pocket, chewing it. One boy almost died from that choking. That thing went in our oh, luckily one woman had water. To that boy, Jack. Look, I say bitter cola, Pankana, do not be chewing it and talking at the same time. When that little particle enter, it kill you. Yeah. You right, sir. No, no, no. Well, you remind me. I say, yeah. You know, I went to Liberia 2018. I told the truth, I want Pankana. They went actually. My man, I said, I want palm butter. I want palm butter. She said, what kind of soup you want to cook? On my way to Liberia. She said, what kind of soup you want? I said, Mom, I come to Liberia. I want to eat palm butter. So the woman, I said, but guess what? Please, when you the palm nut, I want you to keep the pankana. She said, do what? I said, oh man, please. When you do it, just put the pankana one side. She said, what? I said, just put the pankana one side. So the day I she said, but what you want to do with the pankana? I said, okay, listen, let me tell you now. I want pankana to chew. She said, what? So you know what my man did? So while I was thinking about the pankana, I already told her I coming. I told her I was coming. It was in like a month. So the woman made the children to crack the pankana that she had there when she could other pan. But another time I was going, they did everything. 1 week to my trip, the woman put in a sandwich bag. She put in a sandwich bag from the airport straight to my mom's place. Sat down. You know, you got to get a man blessing. Now. I said, I'm not eating nowhere. And the fresh palm butter. My mom was on SKD Boulevard. The fresh palm butter, man. I got there. You know, the woman said, let me taste this some, my friend. I said, Mama, stop it. If you kill me, I will rest in peace. I said, I refuse to eat other place. I came straight here. I said, I will be hungry. I come to you. Don't do that to me. But you know, the woman, he said, I don't want for son to happen. They said, I'm my own son. I ate it in there. I said, Woman, I hope you won't forget my pankana. She said, she went in the S bar. She brought it, said, we better put it down. And the pankana was fresh when I chewed it. What? The sweet pankana too. Man, I chewed that thing. My mom just looking at me. Then what I ate again? I call for ball cassava and momo. I said I want to eat momo. They brought the momo. Oh man, you know it's correct, man. It was correct. What's up, Jimmy? How Minnesota treating you, my man? I know the cold, not easy, eh? The snow. Bro, waiting you depending on chewing bitter cola this late. When the Oma, my man, Franco the Oma do work. And let me tell you something. You know what made me to chew bitter cola again? Thanks for them. I noticed something. I buy the bitter cola and put in the water and put in the sandwich bag, close the zip bag, and just keep my bitter cola. And so it's always fresh. But some I was looking at something, you know, my man, the stomach here. I say, you won't believe it. And you know what, anything? Certain knocking, this couldn't fit me. It couldn't fit me. Now it can fit me. And I promise you, before the summer, I will wear the shoe with no shake. You know, my big stomach men, they very not jealous. They saw me today. I went to the funeral. And in fact, who commend me say, Toja Harris. He said, what? Kishan, my man, you doing good. My man, I was in black. I could, I feel inside me that something. I don't have black suit, all wore black in my tie, man. The general, yeah. He said, my man, I said, I don't see nothing here. So I told my auntie, I said, you see it? Summertime, I will go to my man there. I said, they play too hard, man. Oh, God. I will just take out the share and put it. I know they can't dye my hair again. Yaka. So, but this bitter cola, it helped me a lot. What I noticed when I sometimes I will blend it or I just chew it. It kill away my appetite, or I put it in a something, but I just buy and put it in water. That the best no do. When you don't want your cola to spoil, you peel it and put it in water and close it up. Or you can just put everything in water with the skin on it. If you don't get patient, then later on you can peel. It will still be fresh. Yeah, you see. But just imagine I bought a cola from Trenton last week. See, it's still fresh. Yeah. Yo, I mean, I depend on nothing you pull, but the Oma going to work. Maybe somebody will read my own book too. They say, Mr. Kishan say, when you coming home, you can tell your wife, say, but I can't take the paper now. You separated that cola nuts. You will have to blow your nose. Yep, that's true. It happened to me before. It came through my nose. Yep, it came through my nose. It can hear you. It can hear you. I won't lie to nobody. It's painful. Watching you from Trenton, New Jersey. How are you, Harry Washington? You see me to Jewa place, I know. 1722. Who's that again? I say it's so cool. Okay, I get one person. Augustine. That is lie. Thank you very much, Augustine. Okay, let me see again. He said, you quoting Bility and not Dillon. Hmm. Well, that Liberty Party may fail. They never asked Zago to resign, but Zago said he could not contest because the election was marked with fraud. No, 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 no. Then you telling story. Zago, they harassed Zago. They say his time was over. Zago even came on spoon. That is why he left. But when I say they harassed him. They illegally pushing aside. That's how they supported Bility. So my boy, you're right. But the pressure came from Yombly and Dillon to harass this guy until he had to just give because they say, oh, his time over and this and that and blah, 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 blah. Because they wanted Bility. They wanted Bility to be the chairman. And they all agree. Go back to Dillon tape. Dillon said, and I quote, that Bility should have been chairman long time, but Bility said he would not be chairman on such a constitution that gave the political leader more power. No, he said no. Now what he said. So, but I mean, they say they're harassing. They're harassing. And Bility, man, stop it, man. You don't know what I can say? I ain't got to do this. I ain't got to give you war for war. Yeah, Regina. Ishmael, how are you? Yep. Good morning, man. I know Dana pray for you. I like that nice picture in the back there. Good morning, Munel. Yep. How are you, man? How everything? Yeah. Okay, Ruth Perry. So power greed. So power greed. Yep. Who's the replacement? Bobby Thomas, you want to know the replacement? I just told you something. I said if they think that taking Mr. Cummings out from the ANC, that means the ANC died, you will be wasting your time. But I know they will not even try it because we're not just going to say, okay, bye. Say you take Mr. Cummings or bye. Let Peter Paul come in. No, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. So nobody should think that it will go down with ease. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Bobby Thomas Cummings will replace himself. He's not going anywhere. That's a very good answer. The case is cartoon. Andrew, thank you. You gave a very good answer. I gave a hypothetical thing that I know it will not happen. ANC would not accept it for this case because we know that this case is political. We know that this case, if these guys have proof, long time the case stops. But they're delaying it, they're pushing it so they're going this way, they're going this way. We know. We know. Desperado, your die for power business. You guys are bitter and hateful. So who's that now? Ruth Perry. Ruth Perry said we're bitter and hateful. My bills don't pay by George Weah because you know when people tell that I'm not sedition can speak this way. But if you say you're a UP person, you speak this way, then I give up on you too. Because if you say Cummings and desperate or we desperate for power, George Weah not desperate for power. CDC not desperate for power. They're not desperate. So now you're speaking and they'll forget about yourself. What's up, Ellen? Chuma Jala. Different Duma Jala. Coming out, no Moses, nonsense. You see? This is some of the things I talk. Cummings, I know Moses. Good. But what a nonsense about? Nonsense? People don't understand. You saying nonsense. You stupid. You don't get no brain. I can define it so many ways, but you came on my platform to insult me. You know. He called himself Joma Jala. He called himself Joma Jala. Joma Jala. Oh, Joma Jala. Okay, let me see what he said next again. Joma Jala Cummings suffering from Napoleon syndrome. That's why he is in that situation. Okay. Two more book. But at least I show you some stuff. It will not happen. Mr. Cummings will not go to. Let me see Joma Jala again. Cummings will not win the 2023 election. Period. Yeah. You see, I love you. I show you your post, your comments. Your mouth is not Holy Bible, my brother. Joma Jala, your mouth is not Holy Bible. Okay, Daniel Lowe. That's a very good question you asked. But Daniel, let me tell you this today. It is the responsibility of CDC government. They were supposed to audit UP. If Mr. Cummings, the president, jump over UP and start to audit and jump over CDC and start to audit UP, it's a witch hunt. Mr. Cummings, government will audit first CDC government. It's possible that because when you want to audit the next government, when they auditing this government, it's possible that it will go into the past government. So I can't rule them out. But the government that Mr. Cummings should be concerned about is the CDC government first. But that government too, if Mr. Cummings president, that government can still look at past documents and notice that John Brown, when you were minister or you were so of the past government, because some cases, you can steal money from government. It take 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and they can come back and say, you know what? We're looking at our paper and we notice that you took $1 million without no account and whatsoever. Then government got the right to look at you. You can go into past government, but you can't pass the first one and just jump into the past. So you see something they say you haul rope haul bush. So if I'm in charge now, I got the right to look at all the paperwork. I say, finance minister. Wait. In 2006 or 2010, the former finance minister took this amount and did it. Okay, let's investigate him. Let's find out what's going on. Then we can call him. But we got proof to show now. You can't just do it because you assume that he stole money. But CDC government was supposed to audit any organization. When you're taking over, even my little small librarian association, I'm still waiting for the audit and to finish with the past administration for me to continue because they got to audit them no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So every organization from one transition to another one, when you're living from here, you audit to know what you're depending on, what you're standing on. You can't just take it and think and say, well, I came here, I met this. It is your responsibility to. So if you tell me, say, Ellen Johnson government was corrupt, I still don't want to believe it because why you doing audit? Why you have not audited them? It's sad. Your question is right, but let us take step by step. You can't jump. You cannot jump the gun, my brother. But your question is in place, Daniel. It's in place. Yep, Christian, we know that. Don't want that JAIL. You said K. I know straight you're talking about J. That typographical error, man. Hey, my brother, you try to correct it quick, eh? Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. What Mr. Cummings views on okay, I saw that already. It's the same thing. Oh, you just posted it 2 times. Okay. You posted it because you read them. So guys, I'm looking at the comments right now. I know you posted these things when I started, but I don't like to read the comments when I'm talking because sometimes it distracts me. I want to answer people at the same time. It's not that I'm having press conference. I'm giving a message out there. You know, certain time I will decide to open it and say, okay, I'm talking, but at the same time, because I don't have special thing to say, I will start looking at it at the same time we asking. And Boaka is evil, forget it. We know that long time. Certain people don't know. Excellent question. Yep. I assure you that it is my belief that he won't not just as much as war crime could won't be talked about either to liberate Liberia and Liberian people for cause and injustice they need. Listen, you see that war crime code the last time I saw, when you notice something, the economic crime code is more powerful than the war crime code. The TRC agreement, they said that the legislatures must put something together to approve it. But then, for this thing to go through the legislature, when the president say, I'm in favor of the war crime code, the legislature work on it. President Weah have not said anything like that. The people in there, they pushing themselves. Look, guys, we must go ahead. Whether my brother will child steal or what, if my brother is involved in anything, people need to come out and say it. Yes, I love my brother so much. My brother used to be a child stealer. He was a chief of signal unit. He never worked in the child stealer government. But we all left, went behind the line. I went Sierra Leone. He decided to stay there. Later on, somebody talking other than our communication children, and because everybody hustling now, communication. He started to do the telephone, the radio. So he started doing the radio. He was one chief of signal unit. It's not like the signal unit with Chancellor at the time. They used to tendency they like big boys because when they come in this era to install radio, that means that entire place is secure. So what Chancellor used to do, like we met them in Godric. When we enter Godric, we went to my uncle, Mr. Watt. When we got to the place, in fact, Rebel already to clear checkpoint. So what Fred he put her over, but luckily nobody got killed. My mom, my brother. We went straight to Godric. When we got to Godric, we were in the camp. Nice house. We go low, poop, we saw chatted up people. All the communication guy, because they not take all the whole Cape Man and they not take all the Cape Man, they not take all Bombing Hills. So some of them now start looking for houses in Godric in the camp. They took one of the house right near us. We were so afraid. But those that took that house, they were the communication guys. Oh man, Joseph Demi, all of them, they were the communication guys now. Oh, you know now, we the Moria boys. Some of them, in fact, they came from Buchanan and they landed in that place. So they won't be, they were smart, titles. I spent only, I think, 1 month or 2 months in Godric. I gave it serially. I said, "Ah, yeah, for that nonsense." And I left. So my brother there, other people, because the friends that was young boys, they start bringing them into the radio room. My man, you need to help us, man. They start working on it. My other cousin, he was smart guy. He know how to play with computers, and at that time, not computers, but he could play guitar, and he laid knowledge. He started helping them. He connected one of the radios. So he was there for them. My brother follow. From there, everybody liked them. All the BB guys and start liking them. So they were you're part of the signal unit, because everybody afraid of signal unit. Signal unit said, I mean, a child sitter, then people that are child sitter and boys, and nobody can touch them. But I thought I was in Sierra Leone. So my brother was later on down from all the way. My brother got promoted. My brother left from over there. He was afraid. They came from Cape Man to Banga. My brother came to Montreal. He met me in Montreal. I was working with interim government. Child sitter. My brother and myself was stopping together. So whatever my brother do, As my brother, I love him. But I tell people in there, I won't war crime code. There are people in our country passing around are bleeding in the heart to see the people who killed their relatives. Who killed their relatives. My brother was never invited to the TRC. He was in Liberia. He stayed in Liberia. He was never invited. They never called him to come and testify or to explain his side of the story because he was just a signal unit. But he never worked in government. He never worked in chancellor government. He worked with the guards. He worked with OTC. And, so if he commit crime, he pay for it. I love him, but he must pay for crime if he commit any crime. If anybody can have something, he bring it and let him pay for it. When you're running, suppose the man used to buy arm for charger, I can say you're stupid. The men who are older than a charger saying to go buy a gun, and charger says stupid. Yeah. Yep. How are you, Titi? Yeah, Linda. Talk, old brother. Man, thank you, man. Thank you very much. Poker Robert, all the way from Liberia. He put a candle on. You see what you get on a page? He in the darkness. You know Poker Robert. Poker Robert. Robert, no S to his name. Poker Robert, I'm fine. You just coming to get up now, coming to go to bed for tomorrow, for Sunday. He love it. I am watching from my own noon destination this afternoon. Puka, you sure in the afternoon there? Hmm. You sure, my brother? Thank you. It's factual. For me, I can go without men for years. Yeah, I believe you, man. I have done it many times. Besides, if I'm single and have kids or no one enter my homes, that's the best thing. I tell people, if you got a kid, you saw them saying, if you got a kid, you got a young girls, you got some boys. You must show respect. Even if you decide to get boyfriend, don't let them visit you. He better go find place. And before your children see him, you must know what you're depending on. Don't let your children start calling your boyfriend uncle. Oh, uncle, and uncle can do. How many uncle you alone get? No. Don't even allow your boyfriend, your children to call your boyfriend uncle first. But before you introduce your boyfriend to your children, that means you know that individual. You know who is he. Yeah. But some people, hello, baby, how are you? I come and visit the house. Okay. Oh, how? Oh, that my son or that my daughter over there. You know me? You can't bring me your house. You know? Thank you, man. Jonah, you making a lot of points, but Liberia aren't ready for change yet. They're waiting for God on everything, but no action. You are right, my brother. They're waiting for the manna to fall from heaven. They got three group of people. Let me tell you today. They got the first group of people who can just sit. They won't take no action. They sit, they wish, and they say, "Hey God, yeah, yeah, God, I wish I could. I don't know what time. I wish I can win the lottery, man. But they ain't playing. Man, I just waiting, man. Nothing for me again. I will be in here. Maybe somebody will find something for me. No, they get some people who know that they can help, but they looking at you. They say, "Let me see if it will happen. When it happen, I will go there." They watching you, but they just sit there, fold their hand at it. Let me see how far you will go. By the time they see you going and claiming, then they kind of say, "Hey, my man, what's up, man?" They ain't won't be there for this 20 high part. But they got people who can make things happen from the start. They sacrifice, they're doing everything because they want it to happen. Three group of people. Some people just wish for it to happen, but they're not making move, they're just wishing. How will you talk about winning lottery when you never play lottery one day? Oh God, I wish I win lottery one day. You don't play? No, you don't play it. How you win? You don't play. You won't be part of the process. But you won't see how far the process will reach before you join. You stay in nothing. While other people looking at it, they say, I can make it. I can make it happen. You won't be part of that group. Yeah. People making fun out of that labor, man. I don't lie to you. Just because they're making fun, they abuse that labor. What you do with her? Ever, hey man. Yeah. I saw that. Costa say, no, let me tell you what Costa meant. I will tell you, maybe if you go back to all my old posts, I talk about Bella Yara. Bella Yara is not a prison compound anymore. It's not. Ellen close it down. But what you do, because Bella Yara is into a now place, you can drive to Bella Yara. Before Bella Yara prison, no car go to Bella Yara. They used to fly you in when they jail you. If you escape from Bella Yara, then you know you are because of social bush. But now car can drive there. So what government supposed to do? It's just an estimate. Government needs to sacrifice $5 million, redo the entire building, turn it into an institution like a dormitory, get a school, turn it into a technical school. But that technical school is hands-on. You're not going to teach children math, science. Oh no, 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 no. Strictly technical school. I will tell you today, when you look at Liberia, we need construction people. We need people who will lay blocks. We need people for cement, but they will use their hands and work. Most of them, you don't need to even teach them 2 plus 2 because they can't learn it again. You need mechanic. If some of them will be specialized in changing brakes, if some of them will be general maintenance of cars, you need carpenter. The man don't have to know algebra or know, the man know nothing, but you can teach him how to fix a chair. You can teach him, he will know it, but you get the good ones to teach them. You got 2 years. 2 years. You tell them, say, listen, but at the same time, you feeding them 3 times a day. They got a football field, they got basketball court, they got a big land. Those who want to do agriculture, they're producing their own food. At the same time, you know the license plate? You take the license plate there for them to learn how to fix the license plate. But you giving them maybe $20 or $25 every month. But that money, you put it into an account. They might only use $10 for themselves or $5. They got everything. Weekend, if they're supposed to come to town, the bosses will drop them off, go see their parents, and come back. But what you do, how you get them? How do you get them? The first thing, you made the announcement, voluntary thing. You want to go to school, this. We're going to allow people. At the same time, other people who get hard-headed kids will pay. Now you look for the one who living in the street. You tell them some will volunteer for the first time. And you tell the rest, you say, listen, you got 6 months to volunteer if you want to learn something. But after 6 months, we don't want to see you in the new housing bank place. We don't want to see you to pen up place. You gotta go look for you gotta go home to your parents. If we grab you, you got no choice. They will be careful. That means we force you to go to school now. We will force you to go to school. So the first 6 months, you volunteer yourself. If you get your mind and you think you don't want to come there, you go home first. Now, when you go home, it's not like we're leaving you. When you go home, you're not in the street. We clear the whole housing bank, clean our whole place. The penal building will give back to the people. We tell you now, curfew. At the same time, government pass free education. Look, Azaye, who the guy that took over? When the guy announced free education, when the government announced it, they got over 1 million kids that show up to register. Government school is over $5,000. Some parents will afford a $5,000 liberty, $10,000 liberty just to get the children prepared. You know what I'm saying? But if you say free education, All the money that we cutting, that we giving the people there free, is supposed to go there. All they think that somebody coming to sign contract, why would you want to take money from them? They need to pay their taxes. The man who gets small, a carpenter shop, need to pay a tax. We that get houses in abroad need to pay your tax. But they got big people in abroad who got houses, property, they're not paying it. But we look for white people to pay the tax. We look for certain people. I bet you ask Maggie right now, Maggie not paying taxes. But Maggie leaving office, he will get tax paper that he will paying taxes. You ask Samuel 12 right now, when the last time you pay your tax? He would not pay. He pay. He's in charge. You ask Sir Joseph today, when the last time you pay your taxes on your property? Nobody gonna ask him. But you know they're going after some people. My sister, somebody came to her and said, "Oh, you got to pay almost $13,000." She just built a house, but just to find out, the guy said, "Oh, they got check, but their house just finished." I said, "Man, go to finance ministry. Send your man to finance. When to finance ministry is nothing. Business place that where they increase it, but resident, the guy who pay 150 whole year, $200 whole year. They give you, they got, hey, how you going to appraise the house?" So we need to pay taxes. All that money will go to where it's supposed to be. Now, if you go home, we tell you, say, you can go find job, but we catch you in the street because you over 18 years old now. We can't go arrest your man while you're going to school. That one you won't be selling, but do not sleep in the street. We'll fully clear in the street. If you want to come and register, then some people now who taking care of their own children, maybe the man will say, "Man, my son, thank you for coming home. But you will have to go do something. Instead of you looking for money to be playing gamble in the yard, I don't want to see you. So you will have to go register." Then you will encourage your son and go and register. In 2 years, you're telling them that I will know 1 year, 2 years. After the 2 years, government will employ you. You must work for government for at least 1 year. But guess what they're going to send you? GSA. So the carpenters now will be doing furniture for government, decks. They'll be doing armchairs for the schools. Government don't have to worry about buying it. Government don't have to worry about going to purchase furniture for the offices. Then the one who did mechanic, they will assign you to every ministry. Some will be to GSA, some will go to executive mansion, some will the own government payroll. That 1 year you got to work for, government will be paying, but they're not paying the way. Now, after the year, now you're free. Either you want to work for them, employ you, or you want to open your own business. So all that little money they were keeping, now this is where government got to be honest to the people. You can't be keeping the money. Then when they're leaving, oh, they start pushing it around because somebody wants to steal the money. Oh, no, 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 no. That is where government now will be in problem. And when government do anything, don't be surprised. United Nations might come in and say, "Oh, the government ready doing it." Liberia now will come and say, "You know what? You gotta raise money. You gotta raise money and help the government to take care of the children into." That means the government show interest. So this kid that you talk to Bella Yara, that the name will not be Bella Yara again. It will be something. How they have Boston Institute. The kids will have the free time to play soccer because they get a big soccer fee. The other one, they won't play basketball, they will play basketball. Who won't play table tennis will play table tennis. Finish. Just keep it right there. Now, if you want to take the girls in there, you must separate them. This is a boys and find place for girls, not in the same building, or else before the year end, we'll get another babies. Oh, before the year end, we'll get another babies. But they're not impressing. They can come home for vacation, they go to their parents' house. If you don't have a parent, we will keep you and you have a good time with government or whatsoever. You will go shopping, you will go waterside, you will do this. People will start donating clothes. Hey, God. Guess what? I've done that proposal before. Tana Bella Yara pressing compound again. They get up and they planting their own food. They doing their own food. Now they're teaching them how to make the license plate. So they're getting money from there. Government making money, enough license plate in the country. In America, you do know do license plate. The prisoner, Some of them make 5 cents. They say 5 cents an hour or something. Now you see some people leaving prison, they get a small check. But that one is not prison. Their liberty is not seized. They can still vote. You can still go there and campaign. You can still vote. Trust me. If George were to do this, by this time, President, we are parading with 5,000 Zokos who ready to work. Who you think they're going to vote for? Who are you think they're going to vote for? But you go talk about because you're afraid of University of Liberia, you say, I gave you a free tuition for University of Liberia. For what? All the children in University of Liberia, some of them get a job. Some of them can afford it. Some of them can't afford it. Would agree. You look for scholarship. Go back to the drawing board for education. Go back to the drawing board. You get a minister of education now, his wife gets school. But you say, well, I'm at school, my wife get conflict of interest. President will go buy decks and buy chairs for school. But boy, that's simple to you. Simple. 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 It's not nothing big. That's just the money. Government must spend the money for the future. They get long-term program, they get short-term program. You got to come up with a short-term program to keep the people busy while you plan a long-term program. You know, black and they say, dry meat sweet. But why would be eating until the meat get dry? You get short-term program to get the people jumpstart the economy. What are you going to do? How will you create job? How will you encourage investors? You must protect them first. They got other people. Look at New York. If anybody want to invest in New York, in Upington and whatsoever, we'll give you a 10 years tax break. They ain't mean you can pay taxes now. If you're going to be paying, if you're going to be paying $2, they will call it down for you in 10 years. They say, okay, don't worry, you're not going to be paying $2, you'll be paying maybe $1 because you won't invest. If government passes a law, if anybody coming to Liberia and you want to open a palm farm or if you want to invest in Lufa County, this is what we will give you as a tax benefit. If you want to go to Maryland and open a sugarcane place there, the Lipsico, you want to reopen it, this and that. This is the tax break we give you. If you want to open your company in Maryland, if you want to open your company in Banga, in Nima County, this is why, because Nima is closer to the city. But into the urban place, the rural place where nobody want to go, there should be some break to encourage them, protect their money. The mentioning come with $10 million, then you come and say, you know, the assistant, the deputy minister, the finance minister want 2% share. I mean, you got to get the president at least 10% share. I will bring my money, I'm going to get you share. Or why the government can just invest into it to say I brought $5 million, that you bring $5 million, we'll put together and we'll say joint venture. Yeah. Simple. And not the economists, that one, they're not no rocket scientists. They're not rocket scientists. But you must, but Liberian, this is the thing to do. Even today, if we want for Liberians to do driving tests, before you drive in Liberia, if this government come out and it's announce it and it's serious, they put a billboard all over. By 2024, for you to obtain a driver's license, you have to do a written test and a road test. But it's going to start 2024. You can say, in fact, from today's date, anybody who want driver license, you will do the test. The how I bring and do the thing. The how we do our thing all the time is wrong. So those who already get driver's license, that's a business. In fact, 2024, when you buy your car, you will go for inspection. We need the XYZ for inspection. Now, you now get the old car driver there long time to start fixing the car. To make sure to get tail light, spray your car. We will not accept, like bro, before we used to get yellow car for taxi. Yellow. They start putting all kind of nonsense. How you will get the bus driving. They choke everybody inside, two in the front and four passing in the front seat. You know the coastal buses? The coastal buses is like this. That the front right here, the person foot here. That thing accident, you die. In fact, no coastal buses should run all the time. They should be in the city. When you want to do all the time thing, you must use the yellow bus. Bus that get a long mouth, the engine in front of it, and the driver sitting way here. But y'all know the coastal buses, eh? The driver here, right in front of the place. Even if that driver was a bionic man and he step, his foot can go through outside. The engine is right there. Amen. Amen. Every accident with a coastal bus, people die. People die. Coastal buses are for round time. Coastal buses are for in the city. Go this place because the street. Go this place, can they play Pinsville, come back, this and that. Why coastal buses you take from Morovia straight running all the way down to the border for what? If that your personal car, you want to carry a group of people, they charter you to go, is different. You're not going to be running who you want pick up, who you want people to get like charter. If you want run all the time, take the very big bus. There be buses that will go. You got to carry yellow bus. They get the other small buses, yeah, they handicap buses. Because you carry a big bus, no room for it. If you buy the handicap bus that take 22 passenger, fine. Or even then the bus gotta let the bus get a mouth where you gotta open the engine first and see. But the coastal buses, man, the thing like this, the driver sitting right here. You can see the road right there in front of him. You know what I'm talking about the coastal buses? Right in front of him. That the place. Then the mirror, the steering right here, the steering like this, and the mirror right in front of him. The driver can be driving and be wiping the glass. Yeah, on the other buses, they want to get an engine in front. When you're driving, you want website, you gotta go to this. Simple thing. Simple. Simple. But we don't care. But you gotta tell them in advance. You tell them in advance. But you expect a company to come today and you say, my man, you gotta do the 1 year, you gotta do this. Oh. In Jersey, they say minimum wage at $15. It ain't started yet. Some people have started already. Joe Biden passed and passed executive order for $15, I think I know for government employees, federal employees or whatsoever. But they will tell you, say, we're going to start this time. Even the taxes, they will tell you, say, the tax that we pass, the tax rate is only for 2 years or only for 4 years. In fact, it will start next year. The child credit, what they did, and I was just for setting down, they give up money, they didn't get the money again. So all these things. Okay, Joseph, I remove your post, your comment. And he live in Abidjan and I block him already. I block I block him already. Yeah. It's not because you say Mr. Cummings. It's not because you said Mr. Cummings. It's the word that you use. But let me tell you people today, the word vagina is a word that describes a woman. The P word too, yes. But when you use the P, when you're using the P word, it's actually a real insult and disrespectful than anything. But even if you want to ask, you asking me a question. That's what it is. You asking me a question. We already said that that war is not. But you asking me about, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. You see it? He live in Ivory Coast. But you'll never see my post again, brother. Not on my show. Let me see again. Because I deleted the first one. Joseph Emmanuel is a member of COP. He says COP make Delon to win. My brother, trust me, you never watch my video in your life. You already gone. I only deleting your comments because it's totally disrespectful, and I don't even want you to. Oh, why is still there? Moses Kamano, what is a problem for ABC and GMB? My man, let me tell you something, Moses. Why you always ask these questions? Nobody telling you say it's wrong. But if Mr. Boaka, who been into politics according to you guys for 12 years, and think that he want Mr. Cummings, they should join together. Don't you think Mr. Boaka should engage Mr. Cummings? Did Boaka ever ask Mr. Cummings? Do you think Mr. Cummings came in his thing here to say, bok, bok, bok? Mr. Boaka, how are you? My man, let me go you as VP, man. You not seen anybody run for VP before? Thank you. Yeah, I told you. I said somebody up watching. All the way from India. Chief of General, yes. The CPP needs to come together and rebuild their strength of patriotism and love for each one. That Boaka they hold up on my people. Mr. Cummings is not a chairman for CPP, so Mr. Cummings cannot speak for CPP right now. Mr. Bwaka is the only person that will speak for CPP. So coming together, it rests on the shoulder of Mr. Bwaka, not Mr. Cummings. None of them can speak for CPP. Only Mr. Bwaka. Yeah. Only Mr. Bwaka. Oh, yes, from my city, Maryland, Harper. I'm all the way from the table. Trust me. And I grew up in Harper. Wow. James David, watching me from all the way Maryland County. And you see, I got only 39% watching me, or somebody way Maryland finish watching me. So, money, Mr. Kishan, where do you stand at this moment with the ANC? Do you really have hope on 2023? Yes, sir. That's a simple question. I say yes. If you don't have a hope, you see, hope is not a war. No. Faith, that's to say, I'm hoping for something. You go into a competition to win. If you don't win, that's the point, because one person got to win. But you go there with the mind that you should win. I'm not wishing to win. I'm not hoping to win. I'm saying that I'm going to win. That's how you run it. You believe in yourself, and I will do the work that will make me to win. If I don't win, that will make it to be a democratic process. The people decide. Because the people decide, it is my responsibility or the standard bearers to go to the people and make the case. It's not to sit back and wish that the people vote for me. No, 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 no. You don't wish for them to vote for you. You're not hoping they will vote. Yeah, I hope Liberian people will vote. No, not hope. You must go to them and talk to them and convince them and buy them and let them feel you. Let them feel. Then I say tomorrow be talking to nobody know Mr. Cummings. Uh, from all the way lower Bon County, my wife county, Phoebe, my wife from beyond, my wife from Phoebe. Oh, that's Phoebe said right beyond Cottington at Phoebe. You see, from all the way Banga, they were more watching me. My nephew need Kekula Masa. Dana Gilly Kekula. They done it, man. That Giddings, man, that name. Watching from Fort Durham, New York. Welcome, Norris. Wilford Callow, you need to block that gentleman who talked about Cummings. Well, I block him already. Trust me. He's done. I just only making a mistake. I don't know why I even touching his post. Because for me, it's so small. I can look at it now. But I block him already. He would never ever see my post again. He would never. He would never ever see my post or my show. This is the problem I see with this opposition. The opposition are not united. You know, when the people say opposition are united, it can really get to me. In the CPP, in the CDC, it's not Congress for Democratic Change. CDC is Coalition for Democratic Change. But where is LPDP? Where is NPP? The NPP told Joel, just operate, stay, do your work as VP. But you get the NPP chairman saying that come 2023, they put a flag up already. Then the NPP mayor, the NPP put a candidate in Nima County and make him to go as an independent. And they said, we'll carry Sam Brown. And Sam Brown won. So, y'all say CPP get trouble? Relax. So, you see, it's not about whether CPP okay or they're not okay. That's not how it works. Yeah. You see, when people say, I understand you, CPP is the car that Liberians were depending on, that train, to take them to 2023 to win. CPP was the hope. But you should understand, if other people try to doubt your hope, that doesn't mean that you still cannot do what you're supposed to do in 2023. CPP is not collecting taxes. CPP is not making any appointment in government. There are 4 different political parties with 4 different ideologies trying to come together to build up. It's all like 2 people won't get married from different tribes. The other tribe like each other from Crown, Grand G, the other one from Nima County, and this and that. They come together. But what you should understand, CPP is not the one that causing the corruption in government. CPP is not the one that causing all the problem. So do not get discouraged. You still got it right to make sure that you make it right for 2023. You can make it right. So watch the situation and see that if the CPP holds, it's a 1 round. If the CPP don't hold and they go apart, but you don't know who might merge again. You don't know. But I will tell you the CPP, the name CPP will stand. Relax. Better days ahead. It's just a matter of time. That's all. Matter of time. Just a matter of time. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I love you guys. I love my country, Liberia. But let us stand strong. Let us respect our women. Let us respect our girls. They are our future mothers, our future leaders, boys, girls, and whatsoever. But let us think. Let us pray for our country, Liberia. Let us pray for George Weah. If George Weah would do it right and make the election hard for opposition, so be it. If George Weah would do it, that the Liberian people vote for him and the Liberian people benefit. If Joshua will go and take Mr. Cummings' idea and use it, and Liberians benefit, and Mr. Cummings can lose, so be it. Because we want Liberia to move forward. If Mr. Joe, and Joshua get up today and change things around and start improving the schools, the this, the that, and things are moving, people feeling that vibes and say, things going on. If they want to keep Joshua, so be it. That's the thing. It's not just about removing George Weah. But George Weah could do it just for you to vote for him again. So the honesty, the sincerity, it lies in the hands of President Weah. If he doing it for election, if he want to do for election, you will know. You will know how he's going to distribute it. He won't put his name on it. So George Weah putting his name on a car donated by President Weah, you know that for election. Donated by President this, no, that your money. You even if they say that the president project, the money, the president project, I mean they say that's the project the president identify. So this money is not money that the president keeps. It's just to say, listen, I need to renovate 10 schools for my birthday. You can't put there and say that the president, no. What you will say that, oh, this is the one of the projects that the president chose, but it was funded by government. It was funded by government. It's not to say the president took, if the president say, listen, this is my salary, I'm going to invest in the schools. You put it and say, the president used his personal salary to build these schools here. It's fine. Or, but the president will not control it. The president take his salary is not to carry on a project. The president will take his salary and give it back and say, listen, I want this thing here to be invest into this school. They have to go build. You know, people don't understand. You invest it into the program, not to build a school. That government responsibility to build that school. But you can take your salary and invest it into the school to do other stuff. That means government will use that money that they will use it in their schools, in all the schools. It's not to go and put one house up and say, oh, you know, that house over there that the president money. Oh. No, the president still gonna, the president will give it to the government and invest it in the program, not the building. That government responsible to put the building up. That government need to put the building up, not you as an individual. We don't elect our people to be a humanitarian. No, we elect you to make laws that will benefit the people. But all our lawmakers, they don't get foundation. They never had it before when they say, oh, Tara Dillon International Foundation, oh, Sir Joseph Foundation. Joshua had the Joshua Children Foundation. I never saw what they did before Joshua became president. The first lady never had a foundation. The first lady never had a foundation, but the first lady got a foundation, and it's wrong. You cannot be a first lady and get a foundation. You can. Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. You must recuse yourself. Let it be separate from you. Or else, people will start giving you money and all the other foundation will not receive anything because they want favor from you. That's how it works. We can't take money from the budget and give to the person. You ask Joel Howard when she had money in the budget before. You ask her. Joel Howard ever had money in the budget before? No. No. Okay, guys. Let me leave you with this song. Kapow, kapow. You have a good night. God bless you. Bye for now.
Nembo yelinge mommy, never got to Hey! Hello, 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 hey.
I'm sorry, guys. You won't hear me. The information that Boaka want to have a meeting, they tussling over it. For Boaka to come to call a press conference that Liberty Party, Yombly Liberty Party, and ALP, Kiase, and Gonglo to come together. But Gonglo will go as VP, but Kiase will be part of the party. So they're bringing Kiase party now. Kiase will be part of the party, but not to go as VP because he can't run with Boaka. So let us see this now. You will see the political. You say Mr. Cummings greeted him, but other people begging to go as VP when they're coming up. They're looking at it. Oh yeah, Mr. Dr. Kiase said God talked to him. He said God told him that he would be president of Liberia. He should go and run for president of Liberia, but he's not going to run as VP. But this is the information that coming, but it's not finalized. So maybe the information will come up, the press conference, or it might not. But people are saying that they got to be very careful what they're going to do. Don't worry, my people. Don't let it move you. It's just a breaking news I'm giving you. It's just a news. Don't let it move you. Don't let it move you. Thank you. So, you'll be waiting for Mr. Boaka press conference. You'll wait for Mr. Boaka press conference. Yeah. Good evening from my side. Bedtime. I listened to the show of leader. Somebody said they say someone listened to Costa of Mr. Boaka leader. Costa of Boaka conspiracy against Mr. Cummings stated that he had formulated a plan B against Mr. Cummings to stop him from running. He said that they coming up plan B. The plan B is to stop Mr. Cummings from running at all. Stop him from running for president of Liberia. Their plan B is to file a protest. The NEC claiming that Mr. Cummings is a United States citizen and carries a U.S. passport. Therefore, he is prohibited from running for president. Y'all see that? The new plan now, they filing a protest to neck. The same as the Cummings are American citizen. You know, Costa got to be very careful. Costa got to be very, very careful. Y'all know Henry Costa got a picture on Facebook. It's hidden where he molesting a little girl. Y'all know that, eh? That picture was taken in 2011, but people don't know. Don't think because it was taken in 2011, that picture will reach to the appropriate person. We're not supposed to show it. He's a porn star. I'm saying it now publicly because it's a factual picture. It's not a dog picture. He took it himself. And you could see the girl face that she, as a baby, at that time he was skinny. Child pornography. He posted that picture on social media. It's all on social media, but he can't come on Facebook. That picture, we will drop that picture off to some organization that will do their own investigation. This is the guy who want to run for office one day, trying to damage other people, say things, but he got pictures out there with babies and in a sexual mood with his legs, his mouth, and whatsoever. I'm telling you today, and I challenge him. Let him go to court. I got a picture. We'll prove it. It was on the internet. It's not a dog picture. It's not a dog picture. I investigated it. Why you think I've been posting? And that picture there will go to the appropriate person, not now. He should be careful. We play the dirty games. In times of peace, prepare for war. In times of war, prepare for peace. Let them play the dirty game. That's a baby. That somebody's daughter he damaged. That somebody's daughter he put out there. That picture will haunt her. That picture will haunt that girl. If it's not even haunting her yet, we will inform the appropriate authority to do their own investigation. We let them know the pictures. We let them know that these people, when it's so popular on social media every day, this is what he did in Liberia. That is why he can't go to Liberia. That is why he talk, he knows. And maybe he doing it in America too. Maybe he doing it in America. And I'm telling you guys, I dare anybody inbox me. It is not a gossip. You have seen the picture before. It's all over social media. It's all in some mailboxes on Messenger. You know, on Messenger you can put it, but you can't put it on social media. But when we're giving it to the authority, they will block it. They will block the face or whatsoever. That somebody wife there today, a been what? 7, 8 years now, or 9 years. When it comes to pornographic, it has no limitation. It can come out anytime. He's a resident in America now. Maybe he's doing it to somebody else's child. Maybe he's doing it to somebody else's. You know, in life, I will tell you today, if anybody who take a stick and shove it on you, your butt, and you can't sit, take the stick and shove it under their feet. So they will sit, but they will never walk, and you will be walking, but you will never sit. What good for Paul, good for John. What goes around, comes around. When you go in the bush and you try to pick a medicine, what you should understand that when you bend down and picking your medicine, the one that behind you, that's somebody medicine. When you want to criticize people and tell them say they get coal in the eye, make sure you clean your eyes first. If you want to talk about children and want to be honest and advocate for children, you shouldn't be one of those who try to sleep with them, who have damaged other people's life. When that get married tomorrow, that boyfriend or that and married to that boyfriend or get a boyfriend and see that picture on social media, that girl will live for it for her rest of her life. If some of you don't know, if you ever saw that picture, you would know that girl was a baby. That girl, when I know young girl, then I know girl who get, when the first time that picture came out, I don't know if that identical picture. The first the picture came, he said the girl about his girlfriend. He said the guy get baby. The girl get baby now. On Gilman show, he said, oh la la, because he was there kissing the girl first. He admitted that he was kissing the girl. That particular one, Gilman showed it. He admitted to that particular one. But the one where he got his mouth between that little girl, they were not on social media. But he admitted on Gilman's show when you're kissing the girl, say, oh, that girl, don't see your tight like that. The girl said, get beat out with my girlfriend. But you can see the girl there. Innocent. Innocent. You talking about damaging somebody's career? You damage Molba Molu, who got no reason because he gossip about Joshua today. Molba Molu like a kick a door in Monrovia. You can see Joshua. You try to damage Alva, that he almost lost his life to escape because you got the most popular group that you put Alva in a situation when you have insulted women and you make it look as if Alva put something out there so bad in our setting is bad. But you make it look and you started to apologize later on. And then you talking about Mr. Cummings, American citizen. Joshua is American citizen too. Ellen Johnson, Pisota, Funatikova. You don't know that? What the document says about American citizen, Liberian. That's the one you want to petition next. Oh, they make it run. We'll stop in plan B. Y'all will bring it up. But trust me, Monday, in fact, tomorrow I will start making the calls to whoever I can make it to. Y'all get ready. Y'all get ready. Let somebody call me. That picture will go to the proper authority that is on social media, and we got somebody who calls him problem who want to do this. They will investigate you. They will investigate you. Wickedness is not for one person. It will not do nothing, Mr. Cummings. But you can get a baggage womanizing with a picture on the social media of baby that you yourself took that picture and put it up there. Or whether one of your ex-girlfriend got pissed off and put it up there. The authority, I see it. It's there. Then let me put it there. It's on social media. Then let me put it there. I'm not the one who put it there. That little girl put it there. That girl take that picture. That girl took that picture. She never took it. As somebody's daughter, somebody's wife, somebody's auntie, somebody's mom. All on social media. I dare somebody call me and ask me, say, Money, why you do that? I talk about it. It's truth. If I say St. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, whosoever believes in shall not will have a lasting life. Money, they're not true. Checking the Bible there. Matthew 5:8, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Money, you're not talking the truth, man. That's true. That's what the Bible says. But if I say Matthew 5:8, blessed are the pure, they will go to heaven. You're not there. You can say that lie. When we check that, when I will say I'll go to heaven. You know what I'm saying? So if I see something on social media and I talk about it and I gossip, it's on social media. The same way other people, I got only 36 person watching me right now. I ain't get 2,000, so at least he's okay. I don't have 2,000 people watching me. But if the wonderful Pedro that I saw the picture, with a baby or underage girl, kissing first and performing other act on that girl. Oh. Do you imagine when you're doing somebody else, daughter? Will you want to trust him around your child? Some of y'all who think y'all will go over here and Costa and you got a baby in the house or you got a girl in the house, do you want to trust him with it? With them? But you know, women, when you're loving, when women in love, no matter what happened. But that girl, she's a baby. That girl, that's somebody's mother, that's somebody's wife, that's somebody's daughter, that's somebody's sister. Look, when you popular, that kids can die. They can die. And I'm more, I tell you the first one. Oh boy. Somebody not text me again. Oh boy. Oh, 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 oh. Somebody said I was send you something. Oh, Niswa. Nambade mo. Tatia kwa o. Nanyine o. Eee. To get info. Yeah, I got the sound by don't worry. Hey, my man, thank you. They let me know. They let me know. Uh, okay. Fake page. He said you very stupid old man. Fake page. You know the name? You know the name? Bele. Very fake page. No picture. Fake page. Fake page. That's how we see them. Maybe the Heron Costa will know. Okay. Only cowards don't have nothing. They do a fake page and they come in. You're not nobody man. You see my face? It all on social media. Go and check behind me. Check my record. Check my record. Oh, check my record. Check my record. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, V. CPB got a lot of issues. I agree with you 100%. I regretted and I'm still regretting. But when you're in the water, you don't worry about getting wet. You're already in the water. Just try and cross it. But I will tell you, we'll get over it. We started from last year. We'll get over it. We'll get over it. Don't let nobody fool you. Don't let nobody say whatever they want to say. Look, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. The ruling party will not just give up. They're trying to use every means that they have. Every means that they have to do with this coming election, they will use it. So don't worry. It will be a tough fight. It will be a tough fight. So it's nothing for us to really worry about. It will be a tough fight. You just say some things that in fact, plenty of them will move from there. You got them brave. I was going back that the news. I let it when he say it need belly pimba all on his profile. That's also I don't know where people or who on it. No friends. I try to check the link for his gallery. Nothing. It's not even coming up. Let me tell you something. You know, if you think that nobody should take Mr. Costa serious, then you get it wrong. Zoka, Oliver, Lasana. To say Costa put a bomb and everybody worried or crying, let me tell you today, I'm not one of those guys who fool themselves that to say Costa don't have people that listen to him. Costa started all the Facebook thing. In fact, Costa used to be on the radio before even 2024, 25, there was no Facebook Live. Until 2011 said there was no Facebook Live. Until I think coming to 2016, 17 election. Costa been on the radio, he been advocating, he been cussing Ellen, he been doing this and been doing that. At the same time, he been enjoying. When he get information about government officials, they take care of him. Man, don't put that thing up there. Don't do this. It will beg him, man. We'll take care of you. Everybody know that. Everybody know. His close-up friends have said it. But some of us never believe it. After the election, he decided to go to George Weah. Back. After they talked to him. What they discussed, what they didn't discuss, he came back and left. And when I started following Costa. But he started giving information that was right. I like him. I said, wow, this guy brave to talk about a government and you still went to Liberia, I applaud him. I say he's an angel. He's a voice of the voiceless because he's challenging the government on issues. But one thing I know that Henry Costa myself was not in the same party. He was from Liberty, from ALP, and I am from ANC. But we're all later on we start collaborating. They decide to come together. So we're there talking. So all we know that the process is supposed to be fair. That if anybody wins, we follow them. Costa said it on his show so many times. Oh, whoever win, I will support that person. I will support them with my whole life. Until one day I told him, I said, listen, he got versed with the CPP. I said, no matter what, whether you want verse, get versed with the CPP, anybody when you support them. We don't have a conversation on that. So the whole process, until one time we're talking, we say, listen, the good thing is that CPP framework is like the standard bearer can select anybody, but they must come from another party. So If Mr. Bwaka is a standard bearer, he can go to Liberty Party and take Henry Costa. He don't have to be this political leader. He can go to to Liberty Party and take anybody from there. He don't have to be the political leader. Or come to ANC and take anybody from there. But they don't have to be either from the same counties or political leader. So every one of them stand a chance. So I believe I say, damn, I just supporting Mr. Cummings. I said, the young guy then standing chance. Darius Dillon, Henry Costa, all of them standing chance. We all now we all have the honest, the broad mind. We thought that it was honest, but according to him, and when you listen to what he said on Spoon, oh, they made a mistake. They should have put the CPP together and tell everybody that Mr. Waka will be the standard bearer. But that was Mr. Bromsky vision. That Mr. Bromsky idea for the CPP. That Mr. Bromsky idea. Now no Ure. Now that the first three that signed the MOU, it was Cummings, Bromsky, and Bwaka. But everybody know. But Bromsky, when they brought him in, they started with him to be the founding chairman to lead, to put the documents and other things together. So you see that? But then all of a sudden, some deals are coming in. Today, he praised Mr. Cummings. Tomorrow, he do this, he do that, he do that. Bwaka will order the show. Bwaka will order the show. Henry Costa, when I'm even talking about Mr. Bwaka. Even when you listen to Henry Costa, he admitted that Mr. Bwaka was not taking him running. But because he never got what he wanted from Mr. Cummings, go back to his show, he got pissed off. He said Mr. Cummings disrespected him because Mr. Cummings promising that they were going to meet. But when he came to his set, he heard Mr. Cummings was in Banga. Mr. Cummings called, he said, let's talk. Before Mr. Cummings will arrive in America, the news were all over the place. Mr. Cummings think that you want to blackmail him or you want to record. He said, yes, you know what, that boy, I thought he was smart enough. So that's it. So he must in the same party. He supported Ure. I saw Mr. Cummings. You know what I'm saying? I never supported Ure before. That his relative, there is nothing, whether he like it or not, Ure is like a father to him. He will always support Ure. If Ure face up, he will not talk. If Ure start talking, he will talk. So it's not about him. He got a larger crowd. You can't overlook him. You can't ignore him. And also, he's a politician. He want to run for Senate for Mosserato County. So I'm not running for Senate. I'm not running for anything. But I got all my evidence and proof and whatsoever that if you want to run for Senate, some of us got to be dead maybe. But we'll do everything in our power to let Liberian people know that the leader that you want to select in Mosserato. So we're not worrying. So the same way today, he insulted Mr. Cummings and think that he would damage Mr. Cummings. So it come to politics. Oh, politics is a game. He made it clear. He says nothing fair in politics. It's not fair. So we'll do whatsoever. But we'll bring things out that the appropriate authority will get into it. For him to get, and he got it on social media, to see that little baby, he kissing her, and he like this, and he all on his mouth. Don't worry. That baby there, child pornographic. Saying he want to be a porn star, we will find out how porn star work. So you must say Henry Costa put one day thing down and everybody all sat down. You're right, Abu. They don't know. They don't know. You know how long Gerald been looking at, he tried to sit on his computer and be watching child pornographic. He just been watching it. He walk into a house. He gone to jail, that boy from Subway. It's not that he was performing the act, but he just get on his computer, hold it, he watching porn. He watching the babies and the children and yeah. He lost all his endorsement, everything. It got no, there's no statute of limitation. It can be out anytime in 5 years, 10 years, whether you perform it in different countries. But once you come on the soil of America and you get people in your country, your SS number, your fingerprint. They will find you. They will find you. They will find him. Yali. He said, politics or game. I will do anything to bring my opponent down. He running for office. He want to be senator. My answer here, my question. He doing the thing to somebody children. He doing it to young girls that were vulnerable. Yeah. But let me tell you something. He still got a few little groups, but don't worry, they're not in Liberia. They're in Europe and whatsoever. They follow him. When you look at this time, he get 2,000 hundreds over there. Oh, I don't know how many hundred people, how many thousands. But it's like MSNBC got to talk about facts. Facts got to talk about MSNBC and whatsoever. But you're not talking about me. More to come. More to come. If you're out there, if you're listening to me, if you got anything on him, anything, give it to me. Anything negative, you got that tip from Minnesota. If you're in Minnesota, if you are at the program where he was discussing about Darius Dillon drunkenness, there was a boy who was recording. I tried to still look for him. The boy was sitting right there. And also Minister Collins, Minister Colley, former deputy minister and former minister of public works. His son live in Trenton. Please, I met you to you met me. In fact, you met me to JY Place, and you had a tip or recording with you and him concerning or iPhone. Meet me. I need it. I will pay you for it. I will pay for it. He know what I'm talking about. Former minister Colley of Public Works, his son. Meet me in Trenton to the same place. There's a recording that was played, and the voice is clear, and some commitment that was done concerning your cell phone. You know that? Good. Please meet me in Trenton. Go there and ask him to give you my number. I will pay for it. If you're out there, if you get anything, bring it. You can make an announcement. If you get anything from me, give it to him. You get anything on me, give it to him. We'll play the game. Molba Molu. Beg custom. Beg custom. I personally was against. I said, he damaged Molba Molu. But I found out that Molba Molu beg. He said, hey, my man, don't do it. Don't do it. This thing here will not stop George Weah, but you damage me. And what happened today? George Weah distant from Molba. He was just talking to him on the floor, but cut everything off. You think like Brempo care if George and Molba Molu criticize George Weah? He just gave us a weapon to talk about George Weah whatsoever. But he begged. They say he begged. He said no. It's the same thing that happened to Ava. He bragged about it. Disgusting. That book not disgusting compared to Monica Lewinsky. Her own book that she wrote. She explained in the book what Bill Clinton did to her. This one, Emmanuel Colley explained why President Weah married this woman. That time Joe was 20 something years or 25 years old. He said all the other girls Joe had, but he went graphic because in Liberian setting, we don't understand it, it's bad. If Ava was not Mr. Cummings' special assistant, nobody gave a damn on that thing. It was going to be passed. They're going to say, oh, they will read it, then they promote the book. But today, it's the best number one, the first time, number one on Amazon. He promoted it. But he thought he was going after Mr. Cummings or to go after Ava. Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah. I'm not joking. Oh. That picture will reach to the appropriate authority. Let them decide what to do with him. They will investigate. That Delaware. I live Jersey. I'm not giving somebody just, but the info that I got to get an advice to acquire something about this picture is from Jersey. It will be done in Delaware. Child services will get involved. They were checking. They were asking questions. They were asking questions that somebody's daughter. Maybe that's what he continued to do. Just share the video with him. Guys, you have a good day. God bless you. Bye for now. It's not a lie thing. It's not making up stories. I'm not making up stories. It's there. I truly not see that picture before. But because nobody want to talk about it, I think it is time we talk about it. Yeah. And I will talk about it every day when I come home. That's my opening point, and so at least you can see it quicker. I will talk about it every time I come on Facebook. I will talk about it. I will post it. Why should Henry Costa publish a pornographic photo with he and an underage girl? That's the headline. Yeah. Why? Was it right for him to do that? Is that auditioning that he want to work with the porn industry? Oh, probably oh. Na you oh, mona nyimyo de oh. Na puti oh, akwana nyimyo puni oh. Edeni nu oh, ante oh. Ma oh. Na you oh, mona nyimyo de. They say my son, my child, my daughter, both way. Your husband home, they calling you. Since you went, you know, na you mona nyimyo de o, na poti o, okpa na nyimyo puni o. Or the thing you doing now correct o. Oh, Niswa, oh, God help us, yeah. We all have seen and for sure with the glory of God. It is time. It is time. It's time. Y'all have a good day, guys. I love you all. God bless you for now. For those of you who just coming, I've been on the show for I know how long now. So daybreak already. I can't sleep. You look at the coffee I drank while coming from Maryland. Bye.